on the ground, have you seen any other people who have been injured? I've got like about 2 people that I know of that have been hurt, right? Or do you have more than that, or what's your sense of it? Tim? All right, Tim is.
Hey, talk to him. Hey, Mark, I'm here.
Okay, hey Tim. Sorry, I know you were out. You're a busy guy out there. You're trying to gather information, and I'm glad you're still with us. I counted, I think, 2 people who suffered injuries seriously enough that they appeared to need treatment. Have you seen any more than that?
I think that is correct, Mark. I've only seen 2 from my vantage point of people that have been injured. I have not seen anyone else come to where we are to seek treatment. I'm just looking around here. I see more running, so I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I just saw a few people scurrying a bit, some type of strobe light. But for the most part, people are just kind of standing around. I guess that was just a false start. But Mark, no, I don't see any more people injured at the moment.
Okay. We did see
again,
both from
people milling around.
Yeah, we saw from your vantage point, again, objects being thrown back and forth, both from your vantage point and from Air 7's vantage point. 2 different views of the same each other on both sides of the barricade. On one side, you've got the tents, you've got people with plywood set up, umbrellas to try to act as shields, and on the other side, you have people milling about and dressed, many of them dressed in black, many of them with their faces covered. People faces covered on both sides of this. I should point out a lot of masking on
Severe
both sides
thunderstorm
of this,
watch.
This barricade
Oklahoma.
of that separates these 2 sides and these 2 belief systems about what should and has been happening. You've got an ambulance here that's apparently showing up. Chris Christie, you were overhead. It looks like, are there a couple of police vehicles with that ambulance or no?
No, just a couple of engines in that one ambulance. There may have been another one early. I think I've counted at least 1, but possibly 2 ambulances that have responded out here. Whether they've made any transports, I cannot say, but it does appear that at least one of the injured did get some medical attention. That might have been one of the people we saw kind of being escorted across the lawn there. But as we come around, we're basically doing a wide orbit to get a full 360 view of this dividing line here between pro-Palestinians and pro-Israelis on the right. You can see the pro-Israelis still largely outnumbered here by the number of people in the encampment on the left side of your screen. Every now and again they disperse, and then they start to converge with lots of screaming and yelling going on both sides. And then for the past 20 minutes, we've seen occasionally objects being thrown across that barricade, tensions flare up once again, and then people start running in all different directions. And the cycle has kind of continued between these lulls in confrontation where things appear calm for a couple minutes, and then all it takes is one agitator on either side of those barricades, and then the commotion continues once again. It's been a cycle on and off for the better part of the last half hour.
Yeah, and what you have here too, imagine students that are trying to do some studying right now. You've got final exams. Well, those don't start till June for the spring quarter. But you know, there are people that are trying to get their schoolwork done, get their studies done, do their projects, whatever it is they happen to be working on, and they are faced with this: the noise, the helicopters, the shouting, the fireworks. All of that happening as people try to go about their business, and quite frankly, having paid the tuition. People are paying for the privilege of going to UCLA, and they have done their duty and their due diligence and the things that they're required to do, and all of that is being disrupted by what we're seeing here.
That's right.
That is really unfortunate. People having to, students having to cope as best they can with the unrest and the stuff that is broken out here at UCLA. And
here come a handful of LAPD units finally coming in up through Westwood now. So we've counted at least
those look
3
like
or
campus
4,
police.
5, 6, 7, about 7 units making their way towards the UCLA campus finally, pulling up to the main entrance here. We'll see if they have been given clearance or commands to enter the campus. You can see them coming around right now down Gailey Avenue and turning up Young Drive. So you can see about 7 by my count, Mark, now making their way at least into the area. Whether they enter this confrontation or get near Royce Hall, we'll see here, I think, momentarily. I would hope that perhaps somebody has, insisted that. Look at this, some more confrontation here. Cones being thrown at those protesters on the east side of that wall. So more things being thrown. You can see that crowd on the opposite side building once again. That's the pro-Israeli side where folks are coming together once again, and the proximity between these two groups, the gap between these two groups is closing. They're getting closer and closer to that barricade, that makeshift wall that was created earlier this week. And now you can see the two sides almost indistinguishable as folks from both sides start to cross those barricades. We know that there are more than a half a dozen LAPD units making their way into this area. How close they get, we will see. I saw all of those flashing lights coming down Young Parkway, and now they may be behind a building because I don't see them as I look out the window from Air 7 HD. The police are not visible from my vantage point, but let's hope that maybe they enter the frame here any minute. Some more chemicals, or more liquids, I should say, liquids being thrown in either direction. You can see more cones and more objects being thrown, and there's some smoke. Indications of another firecracker or firework that is being tossed into the crowd here. Some more smoke, more pepper spray, and more objects being thrown.
This is ugly and getting uglier by the moment if those officers are on their way. I saw on the side logos of the sides of the vehicles look like UCLA campus police, at least in the early part of that convoy.
Interesting.
So but look, whoever gets there needs to get there quick because things are starting to boil again between these two groups.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I saw the black and whites coming from Wilshire. I assumed those were LAPD, but those could very well be off-duty campus police that are being called into work after hours here. That would certainly make a lot of sense, but you still would like to see more authorities flood this area. You can see the two groups, again, indistinguishable as the confrontation heats up and is clearly escalating within the last few seconds here. More objects being thrown. It looked like at least one fire extinguisher was deployed as well, and you can see the flashlights and the lasers continuing to be pointed in both directions.
Yep, they're throwing water. They're throwing things that are not lethal sorts of projectiles, and which I don't know. I don't know if I can get some hope from that or what, but they're throwing water at each other, occasional water bottles. You got people with things in their hands. There's a guy there with that red bandana. He's got a stick. There's another guy with a stick. There's people with poles that appear to come from those umbrellas. Those poles are not too sturdy. They probably don't make great weapons. But
yeah, no, I mean you're right. You're right, Mark. I mean these are not lethal weapons by any means until they become much more dangerous than they appear. Because depending on how they're used, again, anything can become a weapon. But when you see heavy things, just look at that barricade, for example. That thing weighs about 60 pounds at least. And so, I mean, imagine a group of guys getting ready to throw that over that barricade. I'm just saying. I mean, the things that they're using at their disposal are random. There's a bicycle there. We saw a bicycle being used as a weapon across the country in Columbia, at Columbia University earlier tonight in New York City. You can see just so much potential here as these tempers continue to flare and objects being thrown. And again, fireworks, I mean, not to state the obvious, fireworks, obviously a very dangerous thing to be thrown into a crowd of people. We've seen a fire extinguisher. We've seen other reports of bear spray or pepper spray being deployed earlier this evening, and I think as recently as just a few minutes ago. But you can just tell that things are heating up here as both crowds get closer and closer to each other.
And really to kind of encapsulate in a very small nutshell what the two sides are about right now. On the pro-Palestinian side, what they are calling for is the university to divest its holdings from businesses that do business with the Israeli military, that provide weapons or support for the Israeli military. And on the other side are people who are supporters of Israel, who are calling for the release of hostages that are held by Hamas. And with regard to this encampment, they want the encampment to come down. That is, I guess, if I were to really oversimplify what people are saying in this issue, that would be it. And forgive me, those of you who are historians who can obviously give a lot more depth and detail to what is really going on and what's at play here. But there's a lot of tension, and a lot of people are very, very upset for various reasons about what is going on in the Middle East at the moment. And it's boiling over on this campus, among others. Of course, we saw in Columbia, the New York Police Department moved in. Students there in Columbia University had occupied Hamilton Hall, named, of course, for the first U.S. Treasury Secretary, Alexander Hamilton. An historic building there on that campus. Students had occupied it with many of the same demands. The university there declaring that occupation unlawful and calling on the NYPD to clear the hall, which they did tonight. And among the people that they found were a number of people who were not students at Columbia University. We do not know the makeup of the people on both sides of this issue. We have talked to people who say that they were former students, people who say that they have been on campus before, and a couple of people who are current students. So far, we haven't found anybody who's willing to say that they have no affiliation with UCLA, but that is what remains to be determined. Now you've got those two groups milling about still, very close proximity.
Very close proximity. It's really a standoff at this point, Mark. Not to interrupt, but we just got a statement from LAPD into our assignment desk. LAPD does confirm that they are not on scene. However, they say that they are communicating with campus police and still discussing if they are needed. So LAPD is in communication with UCLA police. They are standing by at the ready, but not necessarily in this immediate vicinity. And if duty calls, they will be ready to respond. In the meantime, it appears that we have a handful of campus security who are standing by watching this. They are not getting anywhere close to the confrontation. No effort to break up these fights. They are just standing by and watching. And then there are at least a half a dozen units in black and white patrol cars, also part of UCLA security. And they have now made their way to work to respond here to this courtyard this evening. So it is a tense standoff with both sides really closing in on each other here, exchanging some not so friendly dialogue, to say the least. But campus security are standing by. LAPD confirms they are not on scene, but they too are monitoring the situation.
Wow, and monitoring hopefully our signal as well, because we're showing live pictures here from Air 7 HD of those two groups now pretty much indistinguishable. I can't tell who's on which side from looking at that mob of people. You got some people holding sticks. You got a lot of people jabbing fingers in each other's faces. I don't know if it's dialogue or not, but it looks more like, from here, it looks like people are yelling.
Yeah, something else is, but let's go ahead and get a little closer here, Johnny. Let's get back over towards the courtyard. You can see there certainly appears to be a confrontation just beyond that umbrella there. Those umbrellas also with huge potential for injury as well. We saw somebody just a few moments ago actually walk across the barricade and basically start peeling off the umbrellas, just tearing the umbrellas out of the people's hands on the side of the encampment. You can see somebody crumbling up an umbrella there, and now you have that loose wire from the umbrella, the metal from that umbrella. Look at this, another confrontation here. People picking up that barricade, using it as a shield, and more objects being thrown here. There are more objects being thrown, again, on both sides, and now the pro-Israelis are in the middle with Palestinians or pro-Palestinian protesters on both sides of them. They're almost being surrounded now by smaller groups from the encampment.
Wow. This is amazing. UCLA.
They're pushing the line forward from the west, Mark. that group of barricades right there was about 20 feet behind them. These are all pro-Palestinians with the umbrellas who are closing in on that lawn where we've seen the violence tonight. And now you can see them pushing their way in the direction of the pro-Israelis on the west side of that wall. The wall has been basically, the wall is still up, but the pro-Palestinians are moving beyond the wall, pushing the barricade directly into the crowd of counter-protesters.
Let's get to Tim Pulliam right now. He's on the ground in the middle of this. Tim?
Hi, Mark. Yes, I just wanted to add something to what Chris just mentioned about the lack of response from security, campus security that is here. I had a chance to speak to one security officer, and he tells me that they are ill-equipped to handle this. They did not have any type of equipment to handle this type of situation. And so that is why, according to this particular security guard, they are standing back and watching things because they are just not able to manage the situation that is happening right now in front of our eyes.
Wow, and you're seeing people tear those umbrellas apart. You're seeing people, there's wooden pallets being lifted. I see that. Are you seeing what Chris Christie and Air 7 is seeing, where the pro-Israeli counter demonstrators are being in effect surrounded? Is that happening, or can you tell?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Yes?
Yeah, can you tell whether...
Mark, say that again?
Yeah, can you tell whether there has been any sort of attempt? We know that the barricade has moved forward toward the pro-Israel counter-protesters. Are you getting a sense that there is an effort to try to surround them? Or are they... Can you discern anything from the movement and the placement of the barricades as it moves toward them?
It is very difficult from my vantage point. I hear a horn going off to see exactly what is unfolding. For your perspective, Mark, I am towards the edge of the quad, so I see the group of counter-protesters, engaging in the pro-Palestinian protesters, but I can't tell who is actually doing what. I see objects being moved, I see the umbrellas being shifted, but I'm not exactly sure if they are trying to circle themselves, the counter-protesters, around the pro-Palestinian protesters. It's just a chaotic situation, but Mark, if I can, I want to talk with another UCLA alumni. Sir, can I talk to you for a moment? You seem very emotional about what you're seeing. My name is Tim, ABC7. What is your name?
My name is Ash Smiles.
Okay, you're an alumni here.
Alumni here. I grew up here. I find this place close to my heart. It's really unfortunate how the UC Regents can watch this at their couch while these kids are fighting to have an opportunity to become professionals. But they have to deal with these thugs that don't even go to school here and encamped and holding kids at bay to go to a library. This is a place of wisdom, of peace, of enlightenment. And these kids have hijacked this sacred space for people to learn, to come and open their curiosities and hijack it to their political engagements. This is the most disgusting position you've been in. You have to get out of your couch and fix this. This is your problem. This is your problem. We're looking at you. Everyone's looking for your leadership to step up. But you sit like a coward behind your couches and you watch as these kids are going to get hurt tonight, and it's on you.
Some of them have already been hurt. Just your reaction to the lack of security response to this. We saw them earlier in the day in clusters, and now they've moved back. But we're learning that they are not equipped to handle this.
I think that's a lie. Equipped, they're able, and they're just scared. I believe that our city officials are scared to step up to the left, understanding that this is the world that they're breeding. It's going to be a black eye for themselves. It's going to be a black eye for the neighbors. It's going to be a black eye for the professors everybody, you better step up before this gets worse. This is a warning sign. If you don't step up now, in 1 week, in 2 weeks, it's going to exponentially grow to a point where anarchy is going to get to a new level. One helicopter doesn't do anything. One police car doesn't do anything. These kids are passionate about their beliefs. We need authority to put them in line. This is not a place for violence. This is a place for peace and enlightenment. And you guys have lost your compasses. I don't know what's going on in your minds.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Mark, I would be really surprised if this encampment stays here another day. I mean, with everything that we have seen tonight, I imagine that there's going to be some swift action come this morning.
We will await the morning to see if that in fact does happen, or what is there going to be the response. So far, at least, while actual violence is taking place, we have seen virtually no response from law enforcement, and by law enforcement I mean the UCLA campus police. We have a single, they have told our assignment desk that they are responding, but they have given no detail about how, when, or where, or how many officers will be responding. They're just saying that UCLA campus police are responding. We've been covering this story now for an hour and 20 minutes. And so far we have seen a couple of officers briefly, and then those officers pulled back. They were grossly outnumbered. And all right, and so we're hearing that Tim's crew is having to pull out of the location that they're in for their own security and safety. We are left with the capable Chris Christie in Air 7 HD watching these water bottles being thrown back and forth, and people in bandanas and masks on both sides of the barricade taunting and yelling at each other. Chris?
Yeah, a lot of water bottles, Mark, and in the last couple of minutes, a lot more pepper spray or something like that, either bear spray. They appear to be like bear spray canisters, but impossible for me to tell from up here. But there was some type of agent being deployed. It was a yellow in color being sprayed in the direction of, well, I couldn't tell you who between who, because it was impossible to tell who's who. As they keep moving forward here, that line of pro-Palestinian protesters marked by the umbrellas there facing up towards the top of your screen, that's the west side. They keep moving forward further and further and further, kind of pressing, kind of just, you know, antagonizing the group of counter-protesters here. So there seems to be a willingness to agitate and make this worse instead of either side showing any sign of backing down. You could just tell that at any moment this could explode from a handful of fistfights and tossing, you know, makeshift weapons to something much more serious. It just has that feeling. You can see more things being thrown, various liquids, water bottles and such being thrown at passersby as they walk between the two groups. Just a moment ago, somebody really got whacked, and there you see somebody tossing a lift scooter over the barricade. So things like that, obviously with huge potential to cause injury. And just about 4 or 5 minutes ago, as Tim Pulliam was talking, somebody really took a whack on the pro-Palestinian side, on this side of the barricade, into the bottom of your screen, the bottom half of your screen.
You got to think about the potential liability for the university, given that they
Yeah,
know this
do.
is happening, and so far there's been no response to try to stop it. The potential for liability is fairly high if somebody gets injured or seriously injured or even moderately injured here.
Absolutely.
And so that has to be on somebody's mind, and perhaps we will see some sort of response here fairly shortly. Again, the campus police have said to our assignment desk that they are responding, but my hope is that they do it quickly.
And how in the world, I mean, let's be frank here, how in the world were they not prepared for this? It seems like this was inevitable. It seems like the most obvious outcome when you study what's been going on the last several days and the last week, and just in the last 24 hours at other campuses, such as Virginia Tech, such as UT, such as Columbia, New York City College. I mean, there have been numerous arrests across the country just tonight alone. How were they not ready for something like this, where counter-protesters have been taunting each other all day long? It seems unfathomable to my mind that administrators and law enforcement alike were not prepared for this. It's an obvious question that must be answered at a later date. Why were they not ready to respond to this type of anarchy? People are, performing acts of violence here with complete impunity.
Who's this guy in the middle here? This big
He's
guy
a
over here.
pro-Israeli antagonist who has been waving that stick for about the last 5 or 10 minutes, and he keeps approaching the barricade. Earlier, he was retreating. Now, for the last several minutes, he's been just kind of pacing up and down the lawn, taunting everybody with that stick. But the blame is to go around here on both sides. Look, here's another group of protesters from the encampment side moving many, many more barricades in the direction of the dividing line here. So what those barricades are being used for, or what they could be used for, you don't even want to think about it, because they could be used for protection as shields, but to see them, any of them being used as a weapon, this is what I'm talking about right here. It can so easily be used as a weapon. Now you see a tug of war between both sides, trying to pull both sides of that barricade. More water being thrown around, more liquids being thrown. Here comes more sticks being swatted, and just more violence breaking out on the campus of UCLA tonight, Mark.
One of the premier universities in the country, if not the world. And to see this happening is absolutely unfathomable.
This is incredible. It is absolutely incredible to see this. It was just as incredible a week ago to see it happening at USC, just a few miles away, and now to see it here tonight on a private university here at UCLA, where campus police seem woefully ill-equipped to deal with this situation. And the best information that we have from LAPD is that they are simply monitoring the situation in communication with authorities here at UCLA. But the administrators here certainly will have much to answer for, and certainly if somebody gets hurt. I couldn't agree with you more, Mark, and I've been thinking about it all week long as we've seen these pictures coming from across the country. The liability that these universities are taking on is immense. It really, really is.
And let's not, as we say that, and I agree with you 100%, the fault for the violence lies with the people who are perpetrating it, to be very clear. And I understand that, as you and I both agree, there is a liability issue with the university, but let's not neglect the fact that there are people on both sides of this barricade that are attacking each other instead of talking to each other over differences of opinion, differences of view on what is really a tragedy that's unfolding in the Middle East.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think where our job comes in is to question how and when do these administrators make their decisions in terms of allowing these encampments to grow, because it started off a week ago with about a half a dozen tents, and within hours it was a dozen, and by the end of the night there were dozens, and there was about 100 tents by the night after that, and it's only grown ever since then. It is almost a mirror image of what's played out over the last 7 to 14 days at Columbia University. What started as just a small group, if it's tolerated by these administrators, it is reliably going to grow. And it seems like that's the obvious part. If you know that you see the problem brewing, you see the tensions rising, you see the encampments growing, you see the counter-protests growing, it's only a matter of time. Any objective observer can see it coming. And so how do these administrators make the decision, and where is the law enforcement in all of this? Obviously, there's a method to their madness. There's a reason they're making the decisions that they're making. But as we've seen across the country, it's being handled in very different ways depending on the campus and the jurisdiction.
Right, and if you're an administrator at UCLA or USC, you don't want to see this. Clearly, oh my God. You also don't want to see police coming in a la 1968 and getting involved and people getting hurt in that way. It looks like people are actually trying to tear this down now. That's what it looks like, is that they're approaching this, trying to tear down the shields, tear down the umbrellas.
Oh, look at that. Somebody just took a pallet to the head. That was really, really bad. You're right. The plyboard, the plywood, excuse me, the boards of plywood are moving up. They've been dislodged from that makeshift wall where they were set up with tripods almost, and now you can see them manually being moved up into the crowd of counter protesters, and you're seeing these scuffles break out one after another.
Sticks.
Lots of very heavy sticks, very heavy barricades, scooters, all types of things being employed to inflict harm on the other side here. And so it's just what you're seeing here is just an overload of testosterone that is just peaking at this moment. As these two sides come together, there is just an animalistic side of human nature that just allows for this type of violence when tensions are this high.
Yeah.
And it's just a natural progression of what we've seen here.
All right, it's becoming a riot. If it continues in this way, with this sort of indiscriminate violence, you could describe this as a riot. And it's interesting you talk about testosterone overload, because just about everybody down there is male. A bunch of young men, angry, taking it out on each other.
That's exactly right. So what happens, just a hypothetical question, what happens when somebody tries to break into one of these administrative buildings or one of these classroom buildings, just like we saw across the country tonight? What happens if a group of these protesters decides to occupy the building? These are the things that are foreseeable. And what's being done, right? The question is, what's being done? Do you just let this go on night after night? Or, as Tim Pulliam said, is this finally the end of this encampment, which, I think a lot of parents who have students at this university probably would say it never should have gotten this big in the first place. But far be it from us to judge. That's not our job. You could just see what has transpired and where this has ultimately led to.
Right. What's happening now is this group of students, this group of well, I don't want to say students, because not everybody down there is a student on either side of this. But this group of people, this group of young men, is trying to tear down the barricade. And in the process, people are getting hurt. People are getting hit. People are getting beaten. People are getting hit with sticks, pallets. Looks like fire extinguishers are being employed. You said it might be some bear spray or pepper spray that's also being used. And this is becoming more and more violent as the night wears on. And it seems like the crowd is growing on the side of the people who are trying to tear down or remove the barricade and get the tents out. That's what appears to be happening.
Mark, take a look at that. Take a look at that shot right there. That's where the wall was built earlier this week and has stood fast the entire week. They've been dislodged from whatever was holding them up, and they've now been manually pushed onto that lawn on the west side, on the top, near the top part of your screen, where all of the pro-Israeli protesters were screaming earlier. Now you can see their territory, so to speak, is being pushed upon by the pro-Palestinian side with the plywood. They're using that wall to push forward. Plywood and umbrellas being used. Even the tents are being moved. Those blue tents were about 40 or 50 feet back, and now the tents are being pushed along with the plywood. And so that seems to be what's agitating the other side the most. Is that if there was any piece earlier of on either side, with one side or either side respecting that line of delineation halfway through the quad. Look at this. Somebody is being beaten. Somebody is being beaten with a stick and punches in the middle of the lawn. Somebody is being badly beaten at the bottom of that brawl right there. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody is being dragged and beaten in the front of that plywood wall. Just incredible. Where are the police? Where is security? Where are these people? Where is authority here? It is something I have never covered without any sign of enforcement, law enforcement, security whatsoever. This has gone now on for over an hour and a half, and it is absolutely appalling, in my estimation, that we have not seen any response. I've just never seen it. This may be a sign of things to come, or this may be what, society has become, but I have never seen it. In my career, I have never seen this level of violence without any response from any kind of law enforcement or authority whatsoever.
Well, I hate to say it, but the last time I saw anything like this was Florence and Normandy in 1992, at the beginning of the LA riot.
Yep.
And it's because of the lack of law enforcement. It was a similar situation there, where people were being pulled out of vehicles and beaten. What you had here was somebody look at that, there's something being thrown by, like a spear into the crowd. Exactly.
That's
So
right.
the level of violence has escalated. People are getting hurt now. People are getting kicked and beaten. And again, you have to ask, where is law enforcement of any sort?
Of any sort. Campus security. I mean, we saw a handful of black and whites pull up, maybe 40 minutes ago? Something like that. Certainly not enough. I mean, I don't know how large the UCLA campus police department is, but I would imagine if they sent the entire department here tonight, it might be outnumbered by what we're seeing here, just based on the fact that we started with upwards of 300 to 400 protesters in those tents. So you've got the people in those tents and now a large group of counter-protesters that have come earlier today and been basically, I mean, for the most part, we were here earlier today, Mark. During our 6 o'clock show, we were flying over, and things were pretty peaceful. I mean, you had both sides lining the wall there, but they were respecting the boundaries, and there was no signs of violence whatsoever or even tensions, other than once you go online, you can clearly hear the loud, taunting speakers and that kind of thing. And as I mentioned, they've been talking to each other not only verbally here, but more on social media, on TikTok, as they live stream from either side of that makeshift wall. But for the most part, it was peaceful. It wasn't until the last 90 minutes where things have gone sideways, and now in the last half hour, where they've manually pushed up that wall, essentially moving the encampment up with tents and umbrellas and plywood and makeshift weaponry to counter the pro-Israeli
Flood watch.
protesters.
Texas.
I don't have any indication of the size. I'm trying to find it now to find out, to determine how many UCLA police officers there are. There is, it says here it is part of a statewide UC police system of about 410 sworn personnel. So if that's statewide, that can't be that many for UCLA
Exactly.
itself. So that may be the problem here, is that they are so vastly outnumbered that, they just can't get a handle on this. But somebody's got to get a handle on this, and soon, because somebody's going to get badly hurt or worse with the violence that we are seeing, both live right now on your left, and
Punches being thrown, left
video
and right,
on the right.
left and right.
Yeah,
They're trying to break the wall down. They're attacking the wall. They're trying to kick down the plywood and the folks on the other side of that plywood. And you're going to see more umbrellas flying here in a second. You see another brawl breaking out, more sticks being swung, a lot more fist fights up and down the line of barricade that has been moved forward into the lawn here. It's just continuing to escalate. You could just tell. I mean, we at least had cycles of peace earlier. Now it just seems like we've been seeing just 10 minutes of nonstop violence here. Look at that. Somebody kicking the plywood, bear spray or pepper spray sprayed back, and then they fall over there. You can see that wall of plywood is now kind of evaporating. And there's really just not going to be much left between either side except for those metal barricades. And sooner or later, they're going to be gone too.
Oh, wow. If you're just joining us on our live stream on abc7.com, I'm Mark Brown along with Chris Christie. We are watching what has been a slowly growing and developing situation involving violence on the campus of UCLA, centering around an encampment which has sprung up of people who are calling for the UCLA administration to divest from Israel and call for an end to the war between Israel and Hamas. That encampment has grown on the campus of UCLA. There have been issues with access to buildings. There have been issues with taunts and anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim graffiti and/or statements being made, and sides antagonizing each other over the period of the last few days as that encampment has grown. And what we have seen since then is violence. Now you're seeing what looks like pepper spray or bear spray. You're right, it's yellow. It's not like fire extinguisher stuff, is it, Chris?
No, it's either pepper spray or bear spray. Somebody can tell me which one's yellow. I think both might be. But in any event, somebody just took it seemed like a couple of good squirts right to the face. And a lot, by the way, we're talking about dozens of people who have brought this spray. It's not just one or two people. There are a lot of people with cans of spray in their hands. And also, you noticed that there was some more pallets being thrown over that barricade as well. So you can see some more metal barricades being used. The plywood is being put back up, but occasionally you'll see somebody try and either pull it down or kick it down. It just is escalating by the second here. Nothing about this indicates things are going to simmer down here, you know, at least anytime soon.
Really astounding to watch. Again, we did see about an hour ago, I guess, a column, maybe about 45 minutes ago, a column of some vehicles from the UCLA campus police, UC police, that made their way onto the campus with lights, with their blue lights on, but they're not anywhere near this. They are not in evidence in any way right near this. The LAPD, we are told, has been monitoring and is prepared, in their words, but they were fairly oblique with what they told our assignment desk. They did say they are not part of the initial response. They are not on station. They are not on campus at UCLA. But there is an LA police station, as you know, Chris Christie, not far from here, and that
Those are the same guys as before.
their officers, we presume, that are prepared or able to respond if called upon. We don't know if that call has gone out. There's no word about a tactical alert, for example, of the LA Police Department, which would require that all officers remain on duty and that nobody goes home. That's what's typically done in cases like this, where you have unrest on the street. We haven't heard about that, about anything like that. And so what's left is an ungovernable situation where people are attacking each other with impunity.
That's right. And instead of people breaking it up, they're just they're instigating even more. Nobody here is trying to break any of this up. Not even, you know, I mean, forget law enforcement. There's basically none. There's a group of security guards with khakis on the top part of your screen. They are standing by, well away from the confrontation, just watching it play out. And beyond that, there's nobody else here.
And those guys can't do anything. We can't blame them for being up there.
Of course
there's
not.
Certainly not nearly enough of them to do what needs to be done.
That's exactly right. Of course not. Yeah, absolutely. What we are seeing, though, is that plywood wall quickly disintegrating. One by one, they're taking more of that plywood and bringing it over to the counter-protester side. So pretty soon, there's not going to be much of a shield left for the protesters on the right, who are just continuing to push forward there on the front lawn. So we're continuing to see, you know, fist fight after fist fight, pretty continuous now for the better part of the last 15 minutes. But whatever defense they had, which is really, you know, I hate to call it defense because they're also using it as a weapon at the same time. But whatever shielding that plywood and those barricades are providing now, it's becoming less and less of a wall.
It really is. It looks like, is it being pushed back toward the tents now? It looks like it.
They've pushed back a little bit. They push back a little bit towards the tents. Yeah, so they push back towards the original line. But they come and go. Every time the protesters from the left side approach, they push back. The barricades move, and in this case, they've retreated again. So a little bit of a lull finally for the first time in the last 10 minutes. So you don't see anybody in that gap there. No sign of confrontation at the moment. A little lull, which again has been pretty consistent throughout the evening. Where you get these cycles of violence and then a lull in the action. People regroup, they retreat, they regroup, and then they come back again. They try and take some more plywood, they try and tear down some umbrellas, they come back with more spray, and the cycle continues.
The last update we had from the LAPD, which was about 32 minutes ago, was that the LAPD's West LA division says they were in discussions with UCLA campus police to determine if they would be needed on scene. That was that word coming from our assignment desk, having spoken with someone from the Los Angeles Police Department in a position to speak to that issue. So, as far as we know,
where is that call?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if that call has been made. We don't know if someone has gotten on the phone with LAPD and said, hey, please come out, or if that call has been made at all. We do know that what's happening here is that people are being beaten, people are being kicked, violence is taking place, people are being sprayed with pepper spray, bear spray, fire extinguishers, objects are being thrown back and forth, people are being hit, and people are being hurt. All of this unfolding on the campus of UCLA, surrounding this encampment, and what appears to be a group of people who have decided to take it upon themselves to remove it. That seems to be the mission of the people on the other side of this barricade.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of a triage center, not center, but a triage area where somebody, at least a couple people, were being treated by maybe some medics who might be in this crowd. You can see somebody being tended to right there, as a matter of fact, is one of the people that we saw here. This is on the opposite side of the first half of tents, kind of a couple hundred, about 100 yards away from the front of the that plywood wall. You can see more folks milling about here. Again, this is all in front of Royce Hall. If we pan back over to the right, you can see once again that lawn where most of those pro-Israeli protesters have been all day. And now you see it looks like they're a little more dispersed in the last few minutes.
Yeah, this is an iconic place here at UCLA. I'm not as familiar with the campus of UCLA as I am with USC, because I went there. But this, I don't know if they were going to be holding their commencement ceremonies here. I'm not sure where that happens, but just look at all the debris that's left on the ground, all the craziness that is unfolding here in front of us, and what is really unfolding here is just striking. And for now, almost the better, an hour and 43 minutes that we've been here and overhead and reporting as the violence has steadily grown, ebbed and flowed, but always increased as the night has worn on, that no police presence has been here.
I mean, essentially, unless something changes, it just seems like they're basically, hoping for the best, because there's just no indication that there's any attempt, at least in the short term, to change the status quo here. Now, things are, again, at a little bit of a lull. There's a little bit of inactivity at the moment between the two sides. You still see some things being thrown in either direction, but for the most part, things have calmed down temporarily. We'll see if that holds at all, but the trend this evening has been, again, cycles of, calm, followed by more taunting, agitating, and then more violence.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to watch.
Red flag warning.
Yeah,
New
shit's getting
Mexico.
different now, man. You do this to a
Texas.
black person, it's fucking getting different.
We haven't been privy to a lot of it. We've been so busy covering the actual
These motherfucking
violence.
animals. It's all about animals. They came here
hard
all
to
dressed
tell
in black with fucking
At
masks
this point,
on.
who's being treated?
Started all this shit and
if
blaming
anyone
everybody
has had
else.
to be transported. We did see
Time
two
to stop
people
fucking
earlier
feeling
on in our
bad
coverage
for
who
news
were,
media talking all
one
that
person
shit
taken
about how
to
this
an
and that.
EMS
How
van,
the
which
Jewish
then left,
kids
and then
feel
a person
attacked
left
on
inside
campus.
the van.
What the
This
fuck just
person,
happened?
who appeared to have gotten some sort of an agent
It's all on video.
irritant, whether it was pepper spray or something else, that was involved in their situation, and then others who have simply
You come
been
after a
beaten
black guy,
or
that
kicked
shit
or
gets
hit.
fucking different.
And so those people are being dealt with as well. So we don't know the extent of the casualties at this point, or the injuries,
Fucking
but there certainly
animals.
have to be, given what we're seeing. This is video from earlier, just a few minutes ago.
Everybody
Somebody
saw
being
what
just
happened
surrounded
tonight.
and
Everybody
beaten.
saw who started this shit. Came in here all
You can
dressed in
kind of get a
black.
scale
You
here,
gonna go
Mark, as
after
we
a
look
black
up and
guy?
down
That's
the
fucking
barricade
different.
here
You go
on
after
the
my people? That's fucking
pro-Palestinian
different.
side of things. You get an idea of
I see
just
you guys-
how
anybody go
large
after a
this
black guy
crowd
over
is. A
y'all
bulk
shit,
of the
I'm gonna
encampment
fuck 'em
has
up.
moved up
It's
to the
that
front
simple.
line.
You
Not
get your
all of
wood
them, but
together,
a
get
good
the bear
bulk of
spray,
them
get a
have.
fucking knife, I don't
And
care.
you could see just how outnumbered the other side
Go
is
after a
here as
black
they
person, it's
start to
different.
disperse a little bit. But they're not going home
I'll
by
take
any
on
means.
every
What I
motherfucker
am
out
seeing
here.
is they're kind of walking around the front lawn and picking up objects to almost stockpile on the other side
Fuck,
here. It almost
this
appears as though
bullshit.
they're
Everybody
stockpiling
saw what
makeshift
happened.
weapons on the other side in case things flare up once again.
While
That's
some
what I'm
people are saying
witnessing
others
as
are
they walk
terrorists.
around picking up
Who are the
umbrellas,
terrorists
picking
tonight?
up plywood, and picking
Talking
up more
about they're
sticks.
wearing masks over there. Who wear the mask tonight?
Oh man. Well,
Everybody
it
saw
would
what
sure be
happened.
nice to see some police officers there to perhaps
news
get in
media better
between these two
cover it
groups and stop
properly.
this.
Everybody
Barring that, it would
saw
be great to
what
see
happened.
some cooler heads prevail, but neither one of those things is happening. You know, Tim Pulliam, our reporter, earlier interviewed someone who said they were here for dialogue.
I'm not talking to anybody.
But,
I'm not talking to
that's not
anybody.
happening either.
You guys saw what happened. There's
And the
nothing to
big
talk
question,
about.
I mean,
You
is,
saw what
you
happened.
know, what happens just thinking ahead here? It's hard to think about tomorrow when you're seeing
Nothing
all
to
this, but
talk
what
about.
happens tomorrow at this campus? I mean, you have to imagine, we just continue to be shocked, but one would imagine that there will be a change in posture.
Who the
At least
fuck
there
are the
should
animals?
be. As Tim mentioned earlier, is this the last night of this encampment? And what is going to transpire at the break of dawn here when people wake up and make their way back to campus? I
Police
just
are right there.
can't even
They've been
imagine
there for the last
if they
hour,
continue this
hour and a
posture
half.
of hands-off approach
They're right there.
without any law
They pulled up
enforcement.
lights and sirens
You know,
an hour ago.
when do
I
you,
don't
where do you
know.
draw
They're
the
just sitting
line?
there.
That's
While
the
I watch
question,
so
right? I
many
mean, I
assaults
guess
happen.
it's the million-dollar
Assault
question. But
after
where do
assault
they draw
after
the line
assault.
here? You know, it seems like things are already unacceptable. However, these
Everything, man.
administrators are very
Water
accepting
bottles.
of what we're seeing.
Well, they
of
may
it.
be hamstrung by the size of the department. We've just gotten some information about the size of the UCLA
Well,
Police
hand me that
Department.
shit.
65 sworn officers, 41
So
civilians,
about staying
130
neutral. I'm
students.
staying neutral. I'm staying
so
neutral by telling the
65
fucking truth
sworn
about what
officers. If they were all on duty right now, they might have a chance at quelling this. We don't know if that's happening. The LAPD, let's see if there's more information from the LAPD. Yes, from LAPD West LA Division. They have 5 units on campus
Everybody
right
saw
now,
what
standing
happened.
by with campus
Everybody.
police. They are waiting for UCLA police to form a plan and tell them what to do, and then they will step in for mutual aid. So, campus police wear full uniforms similar to the LAPD. So if you see people in blue, in what we presume would be riot gear, that would be the first indication of a police response.
There you go
and that
again.
the LAPD will go in with campus police under the command or direction of campus police. And that is what we would see if that sort of thing were to take place. It hasn't yet, some almost 2 hours into our coverage of this live disturbance.
Don't
violence
fucking
on
ask to
UCLA's
interview me,
campus.
Fox. So you guys can sit there and say
again,
some
we're just
bullshit
kind of
and make up
continuing to
some
keep
shit.
an eye on this
You guys
group here.
saw what
Even
happened.
as you
It's all on
mentioned, I mean,
video.
I don't expect that the posture amongst that group will change. They have no shields, no defense at their fingertips there. So I mean, you can understand why they're being told to stand by, because as you say, they are outnumbered.
I'm sure the UCLA
but if
president's
LAPD
gonna
is
put
standing
out
by
how-
and waiting
another
to assist
statement like
here,
they put out
why
today
is that
about
call for
how
mutual aid not being put out? Where are
these
the
guys
LAPD? Why
supposedly
is that call not
have
being
been
put out?
harassing
In the
these
meantime,
guys.
we're
That's
just going
what
to
the
continue
UCLA
to see
That's
more
what they make
things
it sound
being
like.
thrown
You saw?
in both directions here, right over that barricade. We're seeing more objects being thrown, and some of the debris.
The cops are
that
sitting
is
right out
littering
there as these assaults are happening. That's
the
what I'm
quad
saying.
there
Like I said,
is being
cops will never make
used
you
as
safe.
flying projectiles.
Yeah, you
Cops
see
will
it
not
being
protect you.
thrown.
Cops
Stuff
come
being thrown
after the fact
again
and put
at
up
the
the fucking
barricade. There's
tape.
somebody standing there
what
outside of the
cops do.
barricade, basically with arms outstretched. I think it's a woman.
Yeah, it looks like a woman
it's a
just
female.
standing with her, she's just again, just kind of, arms wide open, almost as a, sign of martyrdom, to kind of like, try me, kind of testing them, taunting them, kind of provoking it almost. But I mean, again, there's been provocation on both sides, to be clear.
Yeah, so you still have a lot of people milling about directly behind the barricade, which has been moved. At first it got moved forward, then it got moved back. And so now it's back pretty much close up against those tents, which are there to symbolically occupy this portion of the UCLA campus, calling for divestment of UCLA, UC resources from businesses or companies that do business with the Israeli military, among other things that they are calling for. And on the other side are people who say it's time for the encampment to come down. They want it out, and they apparently are willing to do it themselves. And so that, what we saw earlier when our Tim Pulliam was there was fireworks were being employed. Folks were using fireworks to disrupt or do whatever. to the people that were in the encampment. And then what followed was the confrontation, which has gradually kind of ebbed and flowed, but increased with each
So about
kind
the
of
other
now
perspective, there was one perspective tonight.
So are
It
you
was
seeing-
one.
like
what are you seeing?
It was one-sided,
a
you know
larger
that.
contingent of students and counter-protesters, kind of a flurry of activity as a good bulk of them start to move across Portola Plaza. Go ahead and widen out really quick, Rob, and just see if the main body of counter-protesters is still there, or have most of them now backed off. Go right back in there, push into the middle, and see if it looks like a bulk of them are starting to retreat down the block here. I'm not sure why. Some of them were running, now a lot of them are walking, but they appear to be almost marching in a certain
It was
direction.
one fucking side.
You see somebody with a megaphone there. Just kind of pan back, if you could, just really quick. Let's pan back over to the wall. I just want to see the front of the lawn there. You can see a lot less people now near that makeshift wall. So a good bulk of the pro-Israeli protesters have now retreated to the other side of the courtyard and are now marching in the opposite direction. So it looks like we might see
one-sided ass shit.
an extended period of calm here.
Don't tell me
as long as
that
these
both
two
sides. I don't
stay
want to hear the
separate.
news tomorrow.
That
There was
would be
mutual
really
combat.
nice
I don't want to hear
to
shit.
see them marching away, moving
I don't wanna hear
away.
shit.
The two sides separating, that would certainly ease tensions. I want to call
It's a
your
real good
attention
look to
now
have
to
the
a comment
pro-Israel
that has
people
just
throwing
come out
shit at this
from
black guy out here
UCLA.
who's literally trying
This
to
is from
fucking
Mary
push peace.
Osako,
And
the
you're throwing
Vice
shit at
Chancellor
him.
for
Fuck
UCLA
all
Strategic
y'all.
Communications, who said, and I'm quoting here, "Horrific acts of violence occurred at the encampment tonight, and we immediately called law
It's a good
enforcement
look
for
for them,
mutual
right?
aid support. The fire department and medical
What they're
personnel
doing is when they
are
do
on the
that, that's
scene.
it's
We are
meant to
sickened
sound
by
like
this
it's
senseless violence, and
crime,
it must end."
But it's mocking
unquote.
Muslim prayer.
That raises
This is
some
straight up
questions.
bigotry.
There's real questions there.
Call it what it
real
is.
big questions.
We immediately
If they call
called
for
law
aid,
enforcement.
where is it?
Right, they called law enforcement for mutual aid support. It's not there.
Right.
So if that in fact has occurred, we don't know when or whether that call went out. It says we immediately called law enforcement for mutual aid support. I mean, there are a lot of questions that perhaps Mary Osako cannot answer for us tonight. I wish we could get Ms. Osako on the phone to perhaps talk to us a little bit more about what happened.
LAPD has essentially denied that at this point. They are basically saying that they have not been called, that they are standing by and in communication with the police, but there is no mutual aid en route.
Yeah, they're saying they're prepared to go in when UCLA has, when UCLA campus police have a plan to deal with this. We will go in with them, but there's nothing as of yet. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of examination.
I mean, what are you going to say about
of
the LAPD?
university's
You guys
response to
praise the LAPD?
this
Think the LAPD did
as
a good
time
job out
goes
here?
on.
Think the LAPD did a good job?
And
What do you
by
guys
time
think?
going on, I mean by tomorrow morning. There's a lot of people who are going to have a lot of questions about how this was
LAPD did a
allowed to
great
go
job, didn't
this
they, guys?
long with so many people getting
The
hurt,
LAPD
so
is
many
supposed to
people
get
getting
people,
attacked,
keep people safe.
and without
LAPD
any
ain't
sort
doing
of law
shit for
enforcement
nobody.
presence that was credible or capable
Maybe if you're a
of dealing with
Scientologist.
it. So now, what are you seeing now in terms of the situation on the ground? Is it calming down, in fact?
I should say that a good bulk did walk around the block and almost continue demonstrating down the block on an empty UCLA campus other than this quad here. However, there remains several dozen, if not close to 100 people still very close to the front of the lawn there on the opposite side of the makeshift wall. Things have been peaceful for about the last 10 minutes. I say peaceful cautiously because there has been exceptions of violence and some stick throwing and that kind of thing. But for the most part, we haven't seen major confrontation, anything close to like we did about 15 minutes ago in the last several minutes. It seems as though the crowd has thinned. The front crowd
they're calling somebody
has moved
terrorist.
back
After all that,
slightly,
they're calling
but
other
they're not
people
going
terrorists.
anywhere. They're
Imagine
still,
that.
you know, scattered across that front lawn there. So we'll see what transpires. They are using some of the barricades and plywood that they took from the encampment, and they're kind of stockpiling it in the middle of their own little their own little makeshift wall there.
Yeah. All right. Well, so it's good to see the green space in between the two sides. It is, you know, you don't see. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Some people are milling about, but if they're leaving, maybe they're cleaning up. I mean, you know, maybe that may be what is going on. They're just trying to clean up the area, or are they actually trying to, you know, gather potential weapons? We don't know.
Imagine doing all this
if
and
they're
calling other people terrorists.
Okay, I'm going to check.
All these
I'm
water
told
bottles
there's some
with
more information
projectiles.
in my email here, so I'm going to check that out. All right. Okay. All right, I don't see that. Hold on a second. Just they're in my ear. What? I've got the statement from Mario Sacco. Just tell me in my ear, Matt. What we got? Oh, here it is. Oh, that's from. I see. There it is from the mayor. Here we go. This is from. Statement from Mayor Bass. The mayor has spoken. This is from Zach Seidel, who is the mayor's Karen Bass's spokesperson. The quote: "The mayor has spoken to Chancellor Block and Chief Choi. LAPD
Texas.
is responding immediately to Chancellor Block's request for support on campus." That was issued at 12:51 a.m. via Twitter or X from the office of Mayor Karen Bass. The mayor is in Washington, D.C. right now, trying to get money from the government and assistance regarding homelessness. But that statement issued by the mayor just now. That again, the LAPD is responding immediately to Chancellor Block's request for support on campus.
Well, that's great news, Mark, and certainly we'll have our eyes peeled. That tweet coming at 12:51. So hopefully in the next several minutes here, we'll see some law enforcement move into the area. Not a minute too soon, because you can see more violence breaking out here at the very corner of the quad, where there has been pockets of violence throughout the night. There's just an opportunity for the crowd to gather on both sides of that corner there, and another confrontation with some of the same agitators who have been kind of starting some of the more violent scuffles throughout the evening. The same players, it appears, are the ones throwing things and taunting the other side. So you can see a group that just ran away there, somebody on the opposing side with some more spray, water bottles being thrown in his direction, and you can see another confrontation brewing here on the northwest corner of the quad.
All right. So we're seeing, yeah, it's not over yet. That's what we're saying.
No,
it's
not over yet at all.
And you see people gathering up these cans and bottles to see what if there's any more spray inside them. You see more people with sticks, and it looks like the attacks are continuing again.
More swatting, more umbrellas being used there. You see them consistently every time they ambush this wall, they try and walk away with more pieces of the wall, and then we're seeing it again. It's been going on really, you know, the entire time we've been here. They're just slowly peeling away at the pallets and the plywood.
Yeah, it is this guy with the red bandana has been at the center of much of that
all night
activity, in terms of trying to peel away the plywood, trying to move the barricades, and trying to get that wall torn down. And as part of that, we have seen him taking part in assaults against people.
You can see a lot of people there starting to gather again there in the corner, on both corners, quite frankly, and another protester going for some more pallets there, trying to again peel away at that wall, peel away the wood, peel away the pallets, and more stuff being thrown, sticks being thrown, a lot of remnants of 2x4s, you know, basically littering that courtyard. And it almost appears as if the larger group that had walked away moments ago have kind of made their way back into the area, because this corner of the quad is definitely swelling, looking much more similar to about a half hour ago.
Wow. Okay. Well, it would be nice, given what we have heard from the mayor's office, from the chancellor, or from a spokesperson rather for UCLA, not the chancellor, but a spokesperson for UCLA, that there's an immediate hoped for law enforcement response. We're not seeing it. We are just not seeing it. If you can widen out your shot, as we watch these people, these pitch battles starting to brew again, is there any indication of law enforcement moving into the area?
Not quite yet, guys. Mark, I'm looking out the window here, and I'm literally, we've all got our eyes peeled. I can't remember a time where I've so anxiously been looking for any sign of help as we look out across over a mile. I do see some flashing lights off in the distance. They appear to be responding to something else. We're looking around. We're using the camera as well as we peer through Westwood here, looking up and down these streets. Here come a group of West LA officers right here. They have parked in front of the popular Chick-fil-A in the center of Westwood. They are starting to gather and get into position. That would basically be the southwest corner of the UCLA campus. Finally, starting to see some response by LAPD gather on the southwest corner of the campus.
I wonder if those are the 5 units that were spoken of earlier. Because I thought
watch.
I counted 5
Louisiana,
patrol vehicles,
Texas.
which would indicate, you know, that kind of corresponds with the.
I think they went in a different. They could be. It's very possible. Originally, the last time I saw them, they had actually gone in a separate direction. I think they are a separate group, but I can't say for sure. Ooh, look at that barricade. A large, heavy metal barricade tossed right onto. I mean, if it wasn't for the plywood, somebody would have gotten hit there.
Yes. So again, to repeat.
Show me that.
Here we go.
Looks like some more violence breaking out at the barricade here. There also appears to be a fire alarm going off in the building adjacent to the quad here. That's part of the reason for the strobe. But you can see some more punches being thrown and some more scuffles breaking out right along the perimeter of that barricade as they try and peel away more plywood. You see people taking swipes at each other, taking swipes at the plywood and the pallets, and a lot more punches being thrown.
Wow, and this guy's getting wailed on right here.
The broom, it's the end of a broom, it looks like.
Okay, so basically whatever kind of weapon people can pick up from the ground
Anything they can find,
is
right.
being employed. Now somebody's trying to escort him out of there.
Somebody got sprayed, and now the person with the broom is beating him. Look at this. Sucker punches being thrown at the same person who was, I think somebody was trying to escort him away from the brawl, and he is being followed. He is being followed and taunted as he makes his way towards the end of the walkway here. There are equal parts protesters and news media in that shot right there, but you can see a lot of cameras and cameramen following this injured individual into the corner as they try and try and treat him. And you see a lot of flash bulbs going off. There is a whole contingent of news media in the corner kind of following that injured person.
Well, I'll tell you what, these attacks, people getting beaten and kicked, they're extremely well documented. Everybody's either got a cell phone or is part of the news media out there. So if somebody is committing, whoever's committing these acts of violence is, they're going to be readily identified and identifiable. And if you think just covering your face is going to do it, it's not.
They're doing that. They're protecting property
there are
up
other
there.
ways
That's what
that
they're doing.
Police can use to
They're
identify
just
people.
protecting property.
So that is
The cops are right
one
out there in the
outcome
street.
here
They
that
say,
we
"Fuck
can
it, we're
expect
not
is that
gonna
there are
get
going to be some
involved."
criminal prosecutions here,
So
or
you'll
certainly
let-
the
the
ability
LAPD
for criminal
does not protect
prosecutions
you.
to be made against the people who
The
are attacking
UCLAPD
other
does not
people and
protect
hurting
you.
them.
Still looking across Westwood here, looking for any sign of flashing red and blues, Mark, and I just don't see them yet. I'm hopeful that they are on the way, but we just don't see them yet as we look around here, continuing to keep the nose camera on the
There's no fear
dividing
'cause
line
the
there
cops aren't
between
gonna
the
do shit. The cops just gonna let the shit
pro-Palestinians and the
happen.
pro-Israelis who have been countering here for much of the afternoon.
Like,
into
what we're
the
gonna do
evening,
after protectors?
and you
The
see
brave
it has
put
turned
themselves
into
their
anarchy
ass on the line,
here
right?
on the quad in front of Royce Hall. A lot
Being
of
a
sucker
cop is
punches
so
being thrown.
unsafe.
We see
They're
occasionally
heroes Our
folks get
courageous
beaten with
cops,
various
they're
sticks
heroes.
and
What do you
pieces
think
of
now?
wood, anything that they can get their
now?
hands on, being used as a
Cops are a
weapon
bunch of
on
fucking
both
cowards is what
sides. The
the deal
violence is clearly coming from both sides of that barricade. The taunting has been going on all evening on both sides. Both sides have been provoking each other, and the violence
Who are the
is
hooligans? Who are the
continuing
terrorists,
as they
guys?
continue
Work with me here.
to chip away at that wall,
How long
one
you been here for?
plywood board at a time.
Man,
Another board with a message on it. They're taking time to stomp on this
I was like,
one
I'm out
as
here in
they,
20 minutes, and then
as
I
they
saw.
pull it away. They don't like the message on the board. But again, you're right. As they chip away and they pull pieces away, and it just lowers the barricade and lowers the barrier that surrounds the tent encampment that exists here on the campus of UCLA. There are a number of people within that, behind that barricade, within that encampment, that are watching all this unfold, and in some cases throwing things at the people on the other side of the barricade, attacking people on the other side of the barricade.
More fights breaking out. Umbrellas being pulled away. And somebody in the middle, there's a lone pro-Palestinian protester there on the bottom of that brawl. You can see him running through there. It's really, really tenuous down there. Somebody trying to break it up finally, but really not seeing any kind of coordination whatsoever. It is just scuffle after scuffle as they continue to try and get their hands on what remains of that wall. By tomorrow morning, this encampment is either going to be gone or somebody's going to have to make another trip to Home Depot because the plywood is starting to run out.
Oh my goodness, it's really astounding to watch this all unfold. Again, this is a college campus. To see all this unfold, these groups of young men attacking each other, committing acts of violence between the pepper spray and the bear spray and the various other objects being used to hurt each other. It's really just amazing to see.
Once again, a good bulk of those counter-protesters have retreated again. You know, pleasant to see, but unfortunately, it's the ebb and flow of things. They encounter they engage in these encounters, these confrontations. Violence breaks out. They retreat. They collect their weaponry, their makeshift weaponry. They collect their breath, and then they start approaching that barricade again. So it's a pattern that has clearly been established over the last 2 hours, and that pattern is continuing. Now yet another metal barricade being pulled away here. So continuing to peel away at that wall, and now you see about 50 individuals once again, fists up, arms up, ready for a fight, approaching the wall once again, and here comes more fight, more things being thrown, more liquid, more pepper spray I saw there just a second ago, more projectiles, pallets being thrown, pullboard being peeled away, and more liquid being tossed over that barricade.
Well, what's it going to take for somebody to respond here? We've been covering this for 2 hours, 2 hours and then some. It's gotten worse and worse and worse as time has gone on. We've gotten promises from people in power. We've gotten statements. We've gotten people saying that the police are on their way, or that the police have been notified, or that campus police are in conversation. What we haven't seen is anybody putting a stop to this. And somebody needs to, and I mean now.
It's unbelievable. It's truly astonishing. I can't help as I try and gather information on my phone here. The entire country is watching this at this late hour. If you are up on the East Coast, there's a good chance you are watching on social media or watching ABC7 even right now online and watching along with us here on the West Coast because this is going to be the top story across the nation. Tomorrow, UCLA will be the center
Flood watch.
Political protest
Louisiana.
across the United States.
Texas.
That is what we're seeing here. We are seeing an unfortunate display that is going viral online as we speak.
And earlier, of course, a few hours ago, the big story was Columbia University, where police, the NYPD, went in and cleared out a building, Hamilton Hall, that had been occupied by demonstrators. And this is something completely different. What we're seeing here appears to be, at least, a group of people who have taken it upon themselves to remove this encampment that has sprung up on the campus of UCLA. And the result is, amounts to anarchy. It amounts to anarchy, which is the lack of order, the lack of authority, and violence. And we've been at this for longer than 2 hours, and here finally comes some black and whites, a couple of them.
At least a few. Can't tell yet from my vantage point whether they are that CHP. That's CHP Highway Patrol. So a lot of sight on
Their jurisdiction as a state agency.
It's a state university. That's exactly right. So makes sense. CHP would absolutely be the first person you would call if you were outnumbered here as campus police. As for LAPD, again, you read the tweet where we believe they're on the way. That at least that one patrol car was CHP. There was a few more behind them, Rob. Would love to get any markings on the side of the there was a few others, right? There's a few moving down Portola Plaza. If we find them, we'll try and identify them. But there they are. So CHP. So this is a contingent of CHP officers who are pulling into the area at least. They're still nowhere close to the violence, but they are at least on campus. LAPD we believe is on the way for mutual aid that's been called upon. It's apparently taking quite a while to get here. This has been going on, as you mentioned, for the better part of 2 hours.
Yeah, and it's interesting how we have watched it ebb and flow. How we've watched, you see the violence happen, then they retreat. And then the two sides get together again, and then they retreat. And it's just astounding, again, to watch. And it may be hyperbole, it may not. But what this, especially the video from earlier here on the right, it reminds me of Florence and Normandy, the intersection in South Los Angeles, when the LA riot first broke out, and people were being pulled from their cars, and the LAPD had not responded there. In fact, their commanders were being held back from the scene by top brass within the LAPD at that time. And so people were being injured badly. Again, it's the same sort of situation. It's a similar optical situation here, where people are being injured, and we don't know if anybody's being held back. It's certainly, we can't conclude that, but we do know that nobody with a badge is there to try to put a stop to this. And
There's somebody in a gas.
And we basically got a huge crowd up there now.
So people came prepared. For trouble. When you have a gas mask on, you're expecting that gas is going to be employed by somebody. And that's what we're seeing here. Now does it look like they've kind of backed away a little bit?
They've dispersed slightly, a little bit, yeah, kind of the same trend. They've kind of moved back slightly. They're, again, I think, simply catching their breath for all intents and purposes. They kind of catch their breath, they regroup, and then they make another stab at trying to get more plywood. Right now you can see them dispersing a little bit. The quad is a little more sparse. Go ahead and widen now and see if we can get a very rough crowd count here. It looks like a lot of people have actually vacated towards the rear. Go to the top right there. You can see there's a group that's kind of walking away there. If you just take a
live streams of this happening.
Yeah, there's a good chunk of all of that plywood. They've literally dragged it to the opposite side of that lawn mark. I mean, there's a good half of the wall that is now sitting in a pile across the street. Very interesting. They basically dragged about dozens of pieces of plywood across the lawn and across the street there. I would say this crowd is thinned out pretty considerably, Mark. I don't know if there is law enforcement down there, perhaps even the CHP cruisers who are making PA announcements. There very well might be. That's not confirmed, I can't say, but there may be some announcements being made to leave, because it certainly appears that the numbers on the pro-Israeli side of the fence
this has been going on for 2.5 hours.
Dwindled considerably. Here is more university police pulling
in
here.
there,
Again, CHP on the scene, LAPD en route, and the mayor monitoring from Washington, D.C.
Baby crying.
Yeah, so we are starting to see some law enforcement, but again,
I was also
they're on the
here when
perimeter.
the
They're not
speaker-
in the thick of it. They're not in the thick of it yet. Perhaps they're gathering, they're marshaling their forces or whatever they need to do. Maybe they're staging somewhere and they're all going to move in en masse. We don't know yet. But at least we're starting to see at least some black and whites moving in. And there's some more. That's campus police.
Yep. This is those original three CHP officers that moved in here. About all university people here in terms of law enforcement. That's still, I gotta say, it is welcome sight to see still a crowd dwindle. I can see from even here, in terms of law enforcement. On the lawn there, there's at least it is welcome sight to see that crowd dwindle almost half as many as before, but just a little bit. So it's on the lawn there. Still, though, you have at least a lead group here who is in very close proximity to that wall. They're scattered out now, so it's a little difficult. Still, though, you have a lead group here. I mean, that who is in very close proximity to note here that there are more than just students. That is a much older gentleman. Look at that person's back. I mean, that maybe he's somebody else. It's important to note here that there are more than just students. That is a much older gentleman. Maybe he's definitely more than just students. Somebody else. We have seen lots of faculty out here over the course of this week, but it is definitely more than just students, suffice it to say.
I would sure like to learn, and
Why
we
is it about
probably
to start
will
though?
once the final record of this is written. What
Now,
percentage of the
2.5
people
hours
on
later.
either side of this barricade are students, and what percentage are people who came here with an agenda of whatever, to take part in this, to do something performative, or to do whatever they intended to do, but are not students at UCLA. I would really like to find that out, and I hope we get to find that out as time goes on. We're still seeing rocks and other objects being thrown. We are still seeing people. They're not. If there's been an order to disperse,
More spray.
some people have left, others haven't. And you're still seeing the result of that now as people are throwing stuff. Liquids are being squirted. There are still people with canisters of what appear to be bear spray or some other irritant that are there and occasionally doing that. And there's still efforts here and there to try to tear down the remnants, I would say at this point, the remnants of that barricade. It has the kind of the aluminum barricades, and then on top of that, or fortifying that, have been the plywood. And people
Notice
have
how
been
many
systematically
umbrellas there were
removing
earlier. There
the
are
plywood,
almost
pulling it
none
away,
left.
and then pulling
Almost
away those
every umbrella
barricades.
that we saw earlier has Notice how many umbrellas there were earlier. There are almost so the umbrellas are almost every umbrella that we saw plywood has basically shredded at this point. Most of the plywood has been peeled off. There are still some boards left used as shields. Plywood is basically the bulk of what remains. Most of the plywood has been peeled off. There are still some boards left, and that's pretty much shields there. The barricades. Back up to the original perimeter immediately, the barricades, right up against all those tents. And that's pretty much it. They've backed the barricades on both sides to the original perimeter right here, right up against all those tents of the quad. And you have more taunting, more yelling of that same person with that red bandana continuing, and you can provoke the crowd. More taunting, more yelling. And that same person with that red bandana continuing to provoke the crowd.
And this statement now from the CHP, not a statement really, but a confirmation to our assignment desk that they are confirming they have been requested to respond to campus. The California Highway Patrol, as we have seen, is here. We don't know how many units will be responding. We've seen 3. If there are others inbound, then we will find out. If there are other units inbound from other agencies, we'll find that out as well. So far, we've seen some elements of the campus police. Something like, what did we say earlier? 64 sworn officers total with the UCLA campus police. Don't know how many of them are on duty or available right now. But we've seen some elements of that now in the last few minutes. And also some California Highway Patrol. We have yet to see an LAPD vehicle there, but they have been in consultation or in communication with the campus police, and we've been told by a person from LAPD Wilshire Division that they are prepared to move in when called upon in coordination with campus police at UCLA. So far, though, as you see, the only people who aren't either demonstrators or counter-demonstrators are news people down there. You see photographers, you see news media folks, and that is it. On the right of your screen. This is video from earlier where somebody was shooting fireworks at or in the encampment. And that had a lot of people frightened. And a lot of people, some people took off running when that happened. And then shortly thereafter is when some of the first elements of real physical violence between the two sides started to manifest. That guy with that black sweater with the red and green stripes on it, he was involved in several altercations and ended up actually getting pretty badly beaten at one point later on in the evening. Some of these folks are pretty readily identifiable. But look at the fireworks that went off. That was part of it. That was about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago almost now, when that happened. And then, so since that happened, since that very beginning kind of spark, if you will, there has been kind of a steady ebb and flow, but always an uptick in violence involving people on both sides of this barricade.
This person right here who has really insisted on being the center of attention. Keeping an eye on this person right here who has really insisted on being the center of attention during much of this ordeal, to be frank. More and more he is continuing to taunt the other side. His buddies continuing to just peel away, more and more plywood. I mean, they're basically just trying to tear it. It's almost as if the mission here is to just kind of, destroy the encampment. I mean, they're basically just trying to tear it down.
That appears to be literally what they're trying to do, and they've had some success at it in terms of pulling away the plywood. And what is happening also is that people are being beaten, and you're seeing attacks.
So if we
plywood and other missiles being thrown back and forth here,
and the plywood is eventually gone, and barricades are torn. So if we, the next thing left is those. Just think about it, Mark. If we play this out and this continues, and the plywood is eventually gone, and the barricades are torn down, the next thing left is those tents. And those tents could do, if they're used as weapons. I mean, have about you can't even begin to think about the amount of damage that those tents could do if they're used as weapons. You have about 100 of them. You have about in the wee hours of 200 tents across the quad here. So it's really a scary sight if this just continues into the wee hours of the morning. You can imagine that as far as basically law enforcement concerned with this crowd, it's trying to take sparse materials that used to build this encampment. Because as far as law enforcement is concerned, it's still going to be sparse. Whatever is
blurry, no, that could be
full or CLA campus police, still no sign yet. Sure, they do the LAPD marshal their forces. Whatever is here is not no sign dated yet. It's not organized. I'm sure they do have to marshal their forces, as you mentioned, but so far, no signs of police activity yet.
Right, and this is what should have provoked that police activity. The images you're looking at on the right of our screen, that was happening, about 12:30, about 12:15, 12:30 earlier this evening. And so this is something that every responsible law enforcement agency, and frankly every responsible element of the UCLA administration has been privy to. They've known about this for quite some time. And the fact that there are still no uniformed personnel there is just really striking to anybody who's covering this, as we have now since 11 o'clock here in Los Angeles, local time. Still not enough, still no police officers there, and so the violence as a result continues.
Drive straight into one of those continuing. You can see the crowd kind of building again, and there goes somebody really line drive straight into this. More projectiles that barricade flying over that umbrella. Those kids are basically trying to tear down. Look at this. I mean, continuing to pull away that barricade. Whatever umbrellas are left, they're going for those too. They're basically trying to tear down the wall was allowed of this administration. Now it was allowed by administration. The wall was allowed to be built by administration, and now the counter-protesters they were attacking that wall, and whatever defenses are left. We might be talking about a much different story. The only saving grace is that they are outnumbered. If there were any more counter-protesters here, we might be talking about a much different story. The only saving grace is that they are outnumbered, and so at some point you have to imagine this is continuing Scuffles and more of these people will retreat. But, for the time being, the violence is continuing. Scuffles continue to break out. Flying objects are continue to be thrown on both sides of that barricade. And there is no sign still of law enforcement.
Right, and it does continue, the ebb and flow now. It looks like it's flowing more, where it looks like they're moving toward more confrontation, moving toward more physicality here. And you see one person trying to get people to calm down, got his hands up there, please stop. That's the body language that he's putting out there. Is this a faculty member, perhaps? Is this somebody from the faculty at UCLA trying to get people to stop? We don't know. But this is the first person I've seen tonight trying to get people to stop. And he's not wearing a uniform. He's got a beanie and some jeans.
Red flag warning.
And a shirt. That's
Oklahoma. Texas.
A little bit of a truce here. A little bit of oh man, look at that. I mean, that's again, the same characters that are, interjecting here and continuing to keep the fight going here. That's what we keep seeing, is the same people involved in these various fights. But now more weapons being used here, even as that lone individual tries to create some distance, tries to, play a neutral role here, but it's just too late. Quite frankly, I mean, what we're seeing here is just a continued escalation. The only thing that might be a saving grace, as I mentioned earlier, is that it seems like the crowd on the left is slowly dissipated over the last half hour, but there's still a large number of them, at least 100 by my count.
Can you imagine being a student on the campus of UCLA who's trying to study, or at this point trying to sleep, and they're stuck hearing and dealing with this? There have been helicopters, our helicopters up above, you're in it, other media helicopters plus police helicopters that have been over this scene now for 2 hours or more. And to have to deal with that commotion and ruckus while you're trying to concentrate and trying to get the education that you and or your parents have paid good money for, and having to contend with all of this. It's really, it's hard to imagine, and I would bet there are a lot of people who are pretty upset at what is happening right now, because it would be very hard to concentrate on what you need to do when you're dealing hearing this,
Mark,
and
as we
you're glued
hold
to your
this shot right here, we're going to try
computer, your TV set, watching all this happen.
Largest group. I should just warn you, Mark, as we hold this shot right here, we're going to try and keep the camera on this largest group on the left side there as we start to pull away. Unfortunately, it's time for us to review our here in Air 7 HD, so we're going to head back to Van Nuys. We've got our second helicopter being prepared at the airport right now. We're going to continue our coverage here, but we're going to try and hold this shot temporarily as we start to pull back into the San Fernando Valley for fuel. And we'll hopefully more see here in a few. But right now, all eyes on the center of the UCLA campus as some more CHP pull into campus.
All right, more highway patrol, California Highway Patrol arriving on campus. And as Air 7 HD begins to leave the scene, we will take a break here for a moment. Hopefully things will improve, and we'll have better information to give you as the night wears on here in West Los Angeles, where again unrest has been taking place for the better part of 2.5 hours now on the campus of UCLA. You see some officers there gathering, and now you see more of them. More officers putting on their riot gear, and these would be, are these LA police officers? Yes, this is LAPD.
LAPD right here.
Along with UCPD, more units coming in.
CHP also looks like we've got UCLA and CHP, a much larger contingent prepared to enter the picture here. These CHP officers are putting on full riot gear. We're just getting our last glimpse here. Officers finally prepare to enter the picture here and make their way over to the quad. So we're just getting our last glimpse here as we head back for fuel. But we wanted to get that shot because we saw a large number of black and whites pulling into this discrete parking lot, not too far away from the quad. They are suiting up and getting ready to go in.
All right, Chris Christie in Air 7 HD, we thank you very much for your live coverage of this as we continue to see what is happening on the campus of UCLA. where the violence has erupted and continues to erupt. Now police officers arriving in force, in numbers.
Where are the cops
and we
coming
will
in
see
at?
the results of that as we will continue our coverage a little bit later. I'm Mark Brown along with Chris Christie, reporting live.
924
We'll see you back here tomorrow.
I don't see it coming in this direction.
Airport Central, Southside, LA, Mercy Hall. This one code 3, Mercy Hall, Lot 8, Adam. 7B, this one code 3, Fairmount. 915, again, it's 242 down.
Just 24 hours after protests, clashes, and arrests on the campus of USC, the university is now canceling its main stage commencement ceremony.
And response code 3, Fairmount.
UCLA, where demonstrators are camping out right now.
Station 4313, one advising code 4929, first sleeping only, use code 41022, any additional code 3.
You're pointing at the wrong side, guy. Come on.
Attention all units to the following countywide. DOB has activated all LASD mobile field force to assist LAPD and UCLA PD with civil disturbance occurring on the UCLA campus. The deployment roster is for 50% of your field deputies on your in-service of 11 LASD control stations. Mobile field force again. DOB has activated all LASD mobile field force to assist LAPD and UCLA PD with the civil disturbance at UCLA campus. The deployment roster is for 50% of your mobile field force on your in-service of 11 LASD control stations. All personnel assigned to mobile field force are reminded to have their response gear. Anyway, Lancaster units, could be response data 459 530 West Johnson, Unit 210, male black adult, 61, trying to break into apartment, unknown apartment, tech 15, Unit 3, son of one.
Right side, stop paying attention.
Unit 5, 530 West Jackman. $113 Adam, confirm in 30. And 3, response to 3. Additional Lancaster unit, less than 8. Unit less than 10, 530 West Jackman.
So proud of you guys for that reaction. This is amazing.
110 Boyd, 4 to 5, response to 3. And at this time, 113 Adam and 110 Boyd, only 2 units authorized. And further on that, active borrow against the BP, unknown description of the BP. Show location.
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Don't get inside. Don't get inside. Look at you. Look at you. Fuck me up. They're gonna get hit. They're gonna hit you guys too. They're gonna get hit from both sides.
Responding to Jackson, and thank you guys for the black comment.
Spray, watch out.
113 out of Pacific area of Jackson, waiting in. Eighty-two 501 for 1179, southwest side to south of Garfield.
Watch behind you.
8271, I copy from.
Come on, Bobby, come on, hey.
It's going to be Black Tesla and you need to the right shoulder, from the right shoulder now, southwest south of Garfield. Copy, sir, 1185.
More bear spray.
Occurred from 1740 Virginia Avenue, Virginia Bellflower. Person has been missing since 1830 hours. Missing person is last name of Cassius, first name of Jacob, middle name of Dylan, also known as Jay. Missing person is a male Hispanic, date of birth 05/18/11, size 11 and height 220 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, wearing a black shirt with the Nike logo in orange letters and beige shorts. Missing person has a scar on their left eyebrow and a birthmark on their back. This person could possibly be heading to 15730 Plain Avenue in the city of Bellflower. Assisting unit, precinct 2017 in that area for the missing person. If there's no further questions for 133 item, keep order until dispatch 133 item. 138, 135 boy handle 171 person.
I don't know how blurry the video is, but I've been filming all this on my second phone in 4K, so.
I'm sorry, I think it's informant left in the store, and then the business is no longer home. I know. Like how units on Jackman, DC standing in the hallway with white jacket.
Find the
You're continuing to get your mic. Are you good for it?
Now they run out, so they're going to play.
Now if it rains, they're kind of slow.
Are you live streaming it? How many views? How many people are watching?
4,400.
That's crazy.
I mean, look what's going on over here.
Go to front row seat.
It's gonna, you know, people are gonna tune in and watch this, aren't they? And the cops are here. I can almost guarantee.
Go to the side.
Huh? I'm sure the cops are here.
What if everyone's called for an
I don't know where they're entering from. Is that them? No. I guarantee they have people in the parking lot that were watching out for them, so they got. Are they running?
Hotel Unit 263 is requesting an additional unit back at 47th East Avenue as related to Tag 11 via 459 investigation. Unit 223. 261 computer report.
LA 251, 297, direct 1020 to the beach, south of Los.
501, copy 297, southbound, south of Boston. Unit code 74. Copy also 1097.
I'm going to put at the station. This is America! Fuck your intifada! Yeah! Fuck your intifada! USA, baby! USA! 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 Fuck USA! Let's go! USA! 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 The police, let them do their job! Show them that we are different! We respect the police! Let them do their job! You guys, get out of there! Let's go!
Yeah.
Stage, right? For
Yeah,
they're not going to advance or anything.
They're probably. They think that they're going to clear the encampment. They're not here to clear the encampment.
They're not. No.
They're here to clear out the crowd. They're going to split this crowd and they're going to force everybody to leave. They might just march us down and make us funnel.
So you know traffic really, so go ahead. Right at the century.
They caused all that problem and tonight, all that rioting, and now they're like backing the cops. Washington County is conspiracy charges. Motherfuckers need to go to jail for conspiracy for this shit. They're like 100 counts of fucking assault.
God bless LAPD for sticking up for our constitutional rights.
We're talking about constitutional rights. They rioted.
LAPD, every department that was called here, God bless you guys. Everybody, please stay back.
It's just weird how they cause a riot and then they like praise law and order. There is such a disconnect from reality and what really happened.
Please be careful. A ton of Bear Mason weapons. They have a ton of Bear Mason.
They think they're going to clear the encampment. They're not. They really think that they're here to protect them.
Thank you for being here. We respect you. We respect the police. We want to fund the police. We want to fund the police. We need you here.
They need them. They cause the problems and they're talking about they need them there.
Please help clean up UCLA. Be an example for all of America.
Imagine talking about, after all that rioting, talking about examples.
Go to school. They're being stopped. Of every race. You will be remembered for history.
11 level sure ran fulfilled.
Waiting for the action. I don't think they're going to actually move much. the crowd is waiting for them to come here and clear the encampment. They're not. They're playing a national anthem over there. This guy right here is talking about how they assaulted Jews and stuff, but we saw it happen.
Intifada, motherfuckers! We don't wish death on you. We want you to stop killing people. We don't wish death. We don't wish death. We don't wish death. That's what the we are the resistance. Suicide bombing here. Illegal occupation. We are apartheid state. Illegal occupation. Baby killers! Baby killers! You support killing children! Please go home! Come on! Who fought? Where's my belly?
Did you know you can get free service?
Who's this fat old guy?
Like, this guy's got, like, what has this guy got? 5K live streaming, bro? He's active.
Intifada, motherfucker! Viva Intifada! We're going inside, guys. We're going inside. You gotta rock, bitch! You gotta rock, bitch! You gotta rock! Baby killers! Baby killers! Yeah, we did. We for sure did. Yeah, of course you did, and you're proud of it. You're proud of it, huh? That's it. And the whole world can You're sick in your head. You're raised by pieces of shit. You're delusional. You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. You're the fucking terrorist. You're the fucking terrorist. Baby killer. Baby killer.
2,000 children, you stupid
Fucking
bitch.
terrorist.
15,000 children, you stupid bitch.
How many children?
15,000 children
From
in 3 months.
Are you dumb? You're gonna believe it.
Whatever he says, you believe.
Oh shit!
What?
Police, do something!
Oh boy. Police aren't gonna do anything? They're just over here stealing walls.
Eat his ass! Let's get it.
Oh.
Woo!
That lady's not playing.
Number 97 at Century.
Is that Jessica in the profile picture? That'd be very weird if I use someone else's profile if I use someone else's picture. Imagine. This is weird we're doing with a flashlight. Imagine I use someone else's profile photo or someone else's picture. Yeah, like Daddy Dave in here. He's got my profile. He's got my picture as his profile. Can they do something?
Winter storm warning. Montana.
Oh, they just pulled down all the shit. They just.
Flood watch. Louisiana. Texas.
I low-key want to go to the other side, to be honest. That's where everything's happening.
You made a barricade. Go behind you.
For those students that go to the school, most of the people, I don't know. There's a lot of students here, but there's a lot that aren't students. A lot of like 20-year-olds.
Absolutely.
No, this is current. This is not old. Fuck it. Sorry. Yeah. I don't want to stand in the same spot. I'm way too antsy for this. And I don't think they're going to do anything for me.
How many viewers is that now?
Watch. All of a sudden, right now, they'll decide. They'll decide to plow through us. She's streaming on a potato. I'm not even.
You reckon he'll hit it?
Fair fight! Fight him, pussy!
Hit him!
Yeah, what this guy said!
My camera looks blurry. Hold on. Is it better?
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, ugly liberal bitch!
In USC.
That's okay. It's because it's like a little humid, so.
Hey, we want our babies back home! We want our baby home! Fuck you!
I'm gonna go back to the stairs. I just wanna.
Check it out.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go up close.
It seems like it's calmed down a bit, right?
Cause everybody ran. Cause.
Get right in it,
Hey, liberal losers, uncover your face! Take off the mask! Liberal losers! Come on, they stepped back. Why don't you step back? They all step back. We're at the fence. Hey, go back to your liberal studies, fucking losers! We're at the fence, sir. We are at the fence. You're taking over a fucking lawn. Are you serious, bro? Get the fuck out of the lawn. You fucking liberal loser. Go get a real job. Go back to sociology, you fucking loser. Fuck you. One step. In an hour, everybody's going home in years. Come on.
Yeah, I've been streaming for hours. I went through my battery pack. To the stairs. want my spot back on the stairs. Oh, this spot sucks. No, I don't like it right here. Fuck.
Jeez, look at that.
The spot
Look
sucks.
down the gates, dude.
I want to go back to the spot. Let me know if I'm blocking you, I'm sorry. Go further up. I don't like the spot. Now I want to move further up again. Oh God, they got a good ass spot over there. How'd they get over there?
Get back, get back.
Are you an aspiring journalist or were you just caught up in the chaos? I like to see what's going on. So here I am. Just go in. Jillian, thank you. Appreciate you.
Yo, you guys check the video, bro.
Closer. Fuck. Where's
Almost got hit
let me
with a
see where
fucking
Will's at
fence.
first.
We're sorry you guys had to happen to that. Sorry.
Oh God. He's in the middle of a freaking brawl right now.
This guy right here,
He's got
he's literally putting
6,000.
people at risk. He's demanding they move back, and then
I'm
telling
not
these guys
going
to
where
move back,
he
and
is,
then they
though.
go
He is in the
back.
middle of the brawl.
You need to go home. You're actually not helping.
He almost
This guy,
got
you're not
hit.
helping, man. All he's doing is he's making shit worse.
The cops, or not the cops, but like
Trying to
the
be a
lineup
savior,
of-
making shit worse. Literally putting people at risk with his bullshit.
Hey, you should dress like a female. You might get hurt here. You look a little like
Painted by the profile photo.
Free Palestine!
Closer. Sorry, can I squeeze that over here, please? Appreciate it. What's that old man complaining about?
How you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, that old man is mad.
Average night, you know?
Yeah, the old man does definitely not go here. Oh, that guy's a streamer, really? She's got goggles. I'm jealous. Oh, something's happening.
Flood warning. Texas.
Five more cops on the freeway.
They ran in behind and now they're in.
Will almost got hit with the fence. Are they gonna do anything? I'm so confused. What are they here for? Yes, I seen Joy of everything. I said what's up to him. Yeah, he's in the middle of the fight. No, I just walked into a cloud of it and couldn't breathe, but because they put it everywhere.
Damn it, I wish my phone had batteries.
I see him.
Like up here, the big one, the way my face is 1445, or 20 West Avenue, St. John,
I switched phones, guys.
Special marine warning. Maritime.
Oh, God.
CGS code 3-4, 11900, Architect Boulevard, and RTE Second. Deploy, RTE Care Boulevard, and responsive. Breathing substrate, power. Range, liquid
God, I want to go.
Freeze watch. Utah.
Oh, bear spray, bear spray.
You're getting so close.
You get the shot, ripping the fences apart. Yeah, jeez, and the bear spray. God.
They were spraying stuff to fall.
It smells so bad.
Big shout out to LAPD. Great job, guys. I don't mind being a star, man. I don't mind being a star.
Sorry, guys. I'm fixing my.
As long as you don't spray
They're
me,
saying
that's
we're
all I
not
care.
leaving.
I'm a free agent here.
I had enough to spray today.
Jose. Joy of everything are there.
Sure. Sure. And so that's where the skirmish line is. And then if you look back over here, Michelle, at Charles E. Young is where the staging area is for law enforcement.
My team manage over 200 campaigns a year at the Opera House, and Monday.com really helped with efficiency across the
Oh my God.
Good morning for those who are tuning in. We're live over UCLA for continuous coverage here. And the law enforcement officers have now started to line up a skirmish line in order to control the protest here at UCLA. Large contingency of CHP and LAPD here on the UCLA campus. So far we see one side of the groups continuing to try to tear down the barrier that was made to keep the groups separate. So one side is trying to hold their side and keep their barrier up, and another side is trying to tear it down. Here, there's a number of individuals tearing away at this fence little by little, trying to make way into where the encampment is.
I think they're saying that they're not leaving, in case you didn't hear the past 3,000 times. How long do you think until I get pepper sprayed in the face? Because
oh, here's a big confrontation between the two groups. A lot of punches being thrown. And it's all one group just trying to hold their stance, and another group just little by little trying to tear down the fence that's in between both factions.
I am not going to will in the middle of that. Do you want to get pepper sprayed in the face? I mean, I prefer not to, but
you do see a number of individuals that are stepping in to try to keep the peace here. This is not law enforcement. These are individuals that are there on both sides trying to step in and stop the fighting from happening.
What is going on right here? That kid right there has got a good spot. Oh God, he's directing, he's going this one right there in the goggles. Go get him. God damn. Of course, Michelle. This was all predicted by.
We still have the police skirmish line is still in place. They have not moved in and affected any type of operation other than just a show of force here. Again, LAPD and CHP both on scene. And here we go again. Another group. They're fighting over the fence line. They're trying to just maintain it. Little by little, tearing this fence apart, trying to break the actual barrier between both groups.
Someone said Will is leaving. Is he really?
Could be.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay till it's over though. Thank you, lady. Yeah, I'm gonna be here till it's over. I'll probably stay up all night, to be honest with you.
God damn.
Again, piece by piece, they're tearing away at this barrier, and you'll see little breakouts of fights happening, of people trying to maintain the barrier and others trying to break it down.
I don't see any woman. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure I'm the only female over here, to be honest. Probably the only one dumb enough. I'm going to the other side. Smells like fire over here.
And here you see small little skirmishes breaking out left and right, mainly dealing with taking down the barrier in between. You'll see it pop up, it'll be a quick flash, and then it'll go away. You do see a lot of the, what I would call protesters that are policing themselves and trying to keep the peace. You see a number of individuals stepping up in a more or less of a leadership role, trying to stop the fighting between the two groups.
Oh, he got sprayed. I feel like anywhere I go, the people go to the other side. Nerd report raid. What's up? What's up, nerd report? Ask someone to tie your shoe.
And this has been the case over the course of the night. There's been small clashes between the groups, but this is the first time we've seen an official show of force from LAPD and CHP, both on scene. Heavy, heavy presence here.
They're throwing shit over there. Oh my God, every time I lick my lips, it just burns from all the back spray.
Flood warning. Nevada.
Record us. Yeah, I've been walking around. It's so entertaining. I'm like, I can't leave.
See this guy right here? He's gonna be humble. He won't tell you that he saved somebody's life.
And again, we've seen
Flood
these
warning.
pop up organically throughout the
Nevada.
night where people from both sides are now engaging in some conversation, nonviolent conversation, just trying to calm and quell the violence from happening. And it just happens sporadically throughout these little clashes that you'll see people step up, starting to have some conversation between each other to try to stop the violent confrontation. So you see that a lot of people have maintained and stepped up as leaders in this situation, and you see it begins to calm down when that happens. But there's still a number of agitators that'll jump in and start fighting again. So hopefully we'll see something from law enforcement here shortly. We're listening to them, and they are setting up for as calm and as non-violent of a procedure as possible. And you see they're just being a show of force here on the UCLA campus.
So this guy's the hero, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Humble king right there.
I think about that for a while.
Love it.
It's a great story. It is a great story.
I'm happy he showed up because in between Solomon and him, like however long ago, I was just wandering around like an hour by myself. I'm like making friends with anybody that passes by. I'm like, someone's gonna probably try to bait me into like saying something and then like attack me. So I'm like, I need to stop talking to anyone because
I think you're pretty safe.
I think, yeah, no, I haven't felt like unsafe at all.
As long as you don't get control. That's why I'm always at, trying to get control.
I tried to like not go like further than like right here besides on the sides. Mainly, the only thing I care about is the spray. It's like you walk into a cloud of it and like, that's the only thing I care about. If I get punched in the face, I care less about getting sprayed. No, I just walk through the cloud of it and like, yeah, every time you lick your lips and it's like, it goes down your throat.
It seems like whenever these little conversations start up, that's when things start to calm down, and the majority of the group is paying attention to the conversation between the two groups, and we're not seeing that sporadic jump in and try to tear the fence down. Most of the side of the confrontation is gathered right here where we're looking, and a lot of the pro-Palestinian side is still sporadically amongst the
What's the point of them being
but
standing
there's
there for
obvious
like an hour?
tensions are high there. They're along
they
their
don't do it.
fence.
That's so
This
crazy.
fence was constructed just with construction materials. They have barricades, large things of plywood.
I was talking to a guy that got sprayed,
Anything they can
and he was saying
find
that
to
it
try
took
to
an hour for someone to help him.
construct something
I
to
was like,
keep the
dang.
two sides apart.
His eyes were
And
still
you see
bright, like
little by
bloody red.
little, people have been tearing it down. It's interesting. They've been grabbing whatever they can, and then they've been placing it in a number of areas. Here's a number of areas where you can see a lot of the makeshift materials are set up.
The news
where
was
they're
talking to
bringing
him
it
while he was
back
like
to
that,
try
and
to
none of
take
them
it
were
away
helping.
from
I was like, oh.
this actual stronghold they have here, the line they have here in these tents. So at the moment, you see a peaceful conversation between the two groups.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time.
Hopefully that they can have some sort of resolve between each other.
Yeah, I was like, Solomon, I got you an Uber, bye.
I almost got hit with the
Oh, here you see some of the members from this side are bringing
To change the
plywood
title
back
to First
try to
Date?
reinforce their line here. So we have it happening on both ends. There's plywood or barriers being taken away, and
They've been
they're
pooping
being
in.
brought
Oh
back
God!
and
Come on, that's so
reinforced.
unnecessary.
So interesting situation here where I'll widen out so you can see
I've
the
been covering the
entire
riot for like 6 hours.
area
Calm down.
here. We're
God
still
forbid
at
I talk for
UCLA.
2
For those
seconds.
just joining us, we're live
Bro,
at
that
UCLA.
light is annoying as shit.
We're
Cam.
conflict
Cam.
between pro-Palestinian
You decide not to
and
show up
Israeli
when they're throwing
supporters is
fireworks
still
at each
underway
other.
throughout the
Freaking
night
holes.
here at UCLA.
Like, you missed everything. All because you didn't want to pay that Uber. They're fighting. Okay. That light's so annoying.
And again, a large presence of police, both CHP and LAPD
Oh,
here
every time
on
you
the
lick your
UCLA
lips, I swear, you
campus.
just taste
Still no
the
movement
fucking spray.
in by law enforcement. It's just
But it made
a
my like
presence
mouth so
here at
dry.
this time. They're showing
Is it dying down? It like dies down, and then all of a sudden
I
it
understand
like
there's also
picks up out of nowhere.
contingency of LA County sheriffs that have just arrived into the staging. So we'll see what the plan is once they begin to try to move in and stop the violent protest here.
Why is the picture of you in a bikini? Are you trying to show off? No. See, sometimes summertime, people wear bathing suits when they go to the pool. I don't know if you've ever been to a pool before, but in the summer when it's hot weather, people go into a pool. And in the pool, they wear a bathing suit. Not sure if you knew that. Nah, Cam, it would have been worth it. You should have. You should have. They were throwing fireworks at people. They were spraying everybody with pepper spray. I wear a diaper in the pool? All right. Slay. Who had the fireworks? I don't know. They were just chucking them at people. Yeah, listen to Patrick. Appreciate you, Patrick. $240. Thank God I paid for, you don't like my angle? I'm sorry, guys. I can go back to the stairs. I'll walk back over here. Renee, appreciate you. Oh, damn, watching in Australia? Sick. Sorry, I did not mean to inconvenience you guys with my camera.
Again, for
My
the
terrible-
time being, if you're just joining us live here,
That guy
we're
was
at
following me
UCLA.
too close. It was really,
Protests
really
between pro-Palestinian and Israeli supporters,
making me
and
uncomfortable.
seeing small little outbursts of conflict between the
Red
two
flag
groups
warning.
where there
Colorado.
is a line,
Fire weather
a
watch.
fortified line
Colorado.
that's blocking the pro-Palestinian group that are here in
Introducing
tents.
the
They
UNDA,
set up a
the
line
non-lethal self-defense
of
platform.
makeshift plywood, barriers, whatever they can find. I've seen different pallets, whatever they can use to separate the two groups here. And you'll see the pro-Palestinian make attempts to break that barrier down whenever they can. So we'll see people run up, take a piece of plywood.
Why are they just standing there?
Just whatever they
Oh my God.
and they're running it back to the area that was open for them.
That was disgusting. It's like burning my freaking tongue.
The difference being, we see a large police presence, LAPD, CHP on scene.
Oh my god. I put the hoodie string in my mouth, covered in freaking spray.
No interaction here just yet, but very big show of force.
Is shit about to go down? I would love to know.
We're gonna orbit around and see if we can see
Doesn't
how
look like
fortified this actual wall is. And like I said, there's
Go talk to one of the cops.
There's mediation happening by leaders of the group themselves. We see a number of these conversations just pop up, and whenever these conversations pop up, it just seems like that calms the situation for a moment.
For no reason.
So it's between the groups themselves, no law enforcement involved there, just groups that are actually showing up, or persons or leaders of the group showing up and having conversations, which has caused a little bit of calm in the situation, where just a few moments ago we were seeing a number of little clashes between the two groups, and that seems to have calmed down for the moment at least. Law enforcement still standing by. And you can see now, here's what I was talking about. This is just a makeshift wall that has been created to have a bit of separation between the pro-Palestinian tent city on the campus here and the Israeli supporters. So we'll see how long that lasts, and we'll see many of them, like I said, talking amongst themselves and sort of calming the situation to stop the actual violence.
Of course, right when I walk over there,
oh, and here we see LAPD and CHP now making a move, now moving in. Where their skirmish line has increased, and they're very slowly making their way towards the actual area
Will's
where
like, fuck it, I'm not moving.
Are protesting. So as we come around in this orbit, we'll be able to see LAPD and CHP moving in to what we're going to call the area in the quad here. And Tyler, if we can, let's just set back up over the center there so we can see it happen. We're coming around here, guys. Excuse us on this orbit. And back live on the quad at UCLA. CHP officers, LAPD officers now moving in to disperse the crowd here.
How did I know that they were going to start moving the second I walked over?
Still don't see any arrests being made. They're more or less corralling the group and pushing them in certain areas. So we'll see what happens here. I see very diplomatically they're pointing and trying to move them to a certain direction. I did see a number of CHP and LAPD officers with plastic cuffs, and they were talking about an area where they take people into custody. However, nobody's seen being taken into custody yet. They're just kind of moving in and corralling the people in a certain direction.
Yo, watch out, guys. Let's get ready to.
Oh, there's more coming.
And the small group we saw conversating before is now moved into the center as the CHP and LAPD begin to move in.
People yelling out US support the blue.
I also see mixed in members of the UCLA Public Safety, their police department, also on scene, and they are seen inside the center of that corral and moving the crowd to the west here. Let's see if we can go around again there, Tyler. See on the other side of the shrine.
Why are they facing us?
They're moving that group all in the same area.
No, they're not. They're not. They ain't doing that.
They can ask us to leave, but they can ask us to leave, but they can just, we ain't.
No, we want to see them.
fucking slapped.
They make it more noise over
He's
here.
been fucking slashed.
And here we go, slowly and methodically, CHP just moving in and corralling the group. It's kind of difficult to tell. There's a lot of people just kind of on the sidelines, media, people there just taking pictures. So it's kind of hard to decipher who are actually protesters and who are here just kind of documenting the event. But it's slow and persistent are the CHP and LAPD. They moved in about 100 feet and started moving all the group towards a certain area. So we'll see, and you can see a number of these officers all equipped with plastic cuffs, waiting to see where this goes. And you see them slowly but surely making their way towards that makeshift barrier that I was mentioning earlier here in the middle of the quad.
On a better spot.
So many of the pro-Israel protesters or group have all kind of gone to one area.
Shit, that didn't make better.
CHP has cordoned them into that area, and no clash with police so far. It's been very cordial. We've seen the CHP just kind of point them in the direction they wanted to go, and I haven't seen
guys, just trying
any
to find the best
type of violence
You're right.
or conflict with any of the groups and the law enforcement officers.
I'm Darkness. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And again, LAPD seems to be holding the exterior of the perimeter here.
They're
And
on something coming
LAPD,
over
large
here.
uniform contingency
I don't even know
here,
who these people
keeping
are, but I'm about to
everybody
join
out
them.
of the quad, where you have CHP officers
Oh.
in
These people were
their
on to
skirmish
something.
line, moving into the quad, also with some support of LAPD officers.
Look at
And
Will.
they're very methodically moving in to have people removed from the quad. Quite a different contrast from just hours ago, where the two groups were involved in a lot of fights between both.
I'm literally standing in a bush right now, guys. You have no idea. Like, I'm actually not joking. I'm standing in a bush. Look at this guy. He's
Over
on
in
his
orbit
phone.
to the other side, Tyler. See what we can see. A lot of them have gathered over here.
This guy's texting. He's like, yeah, this shit crazy.
See what's going on.
Yeah, I wasn't lying, guys. I'm in a bush. I was not lying. Like, I'm literally in a bush right now. So everyone's on the stairs, and I'm in a goddamn bush.
Yeah, keep coming around. Let's look in this corner over here. This is where a lot of the individuals have gone in that corner. So we can just keep coming around. There we go. I just want to see where they're going.
You see your head popping up on Will's Live?
Yeah, a number of people. As the police department moves forward, a number of these people are just walking out of a gate here and getting out of the way. Oh, and looks no. Right in here, Tyler's good.
Can Can I get down further? Are you guys trying to make me die?
Just as I talked about a lot of these skirmishes being over, here's another one that's erupted between different sides of the factions here. And, you know, the main thing
I
is a lot
probably
of
look
people
so
just
weird
trying
just
to keep
popping
the
up
peace,
like right here in the
but
bush.
the law enforcement is still moving in.
Good spot. Stay where you are. Back. I maybe ask if you're afraid to leave. I don't want to leave. This shit is entertaining to me. Okay, am I mad at you for not coming? I'll be there tomorrow. Cam, I don't know if there's gonna be a tomorrow. Closing the encampment. Oh, that's rude. What? They caught me in my spot and they told me I have to leave. I got caught, guys. I tried. I liked my spot. I'm not moving from here. They can, That cop gave you the finger. Why would he give me the finger? These people didn't move. No, thank you. Thank you for asking, though.
So again, if you're just joining us, we're live over UCLA, where LAPD and CHP officers have begun to break up the protest between pro-Palestinian and Israeli support members. They're going to push through the park now is what we're hearing. So
I just refuse to
let's see what happens to the majority of these people that are still here.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, they asked. Doesn't mean I'm gonna. I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist. Just say you're a journalist. They can't tell you to move. That's literally all you gotta do.
Let's go. We can make a quick orbit,
Oh,
Tyler.
now he's gonna try again.
See what's happening here. There was a little bit of people moving around here. News media.
He goes, I kindly will have to decline your request.
So there's another fight that's going to start over
Yes.
here. So it just scoots back around, yeah.
I am an independent journalist, so I can still stand over here, but I'll move. I am indeed.
Oh, here comes CHP. They're
Thank
moving
you.
in, closing the gap here. So we'll stay up here, Tyler. Very methodically, CHP moving in to close the gap and move people out. Still no big arrest by CHP. I've seen them communicating with individuals and telling them to move along, but no arrest being seen so far.
That's just, this dude's so passive aggressive for what?
If you press, you can stay over here. You kill him too. Then you go that way. Thank you.
Again, CHP here. Large contingency, backed up by LAPD. So you see the first skirmish line is CHP officers, and then right behind them is LAPD in there for support. And LAPD also with a large skirmish line holding the perimeter of the quad. So that way no people can come behind the initial skirmish line. They started out and stayed there for quite a while, and now they're moving in and slowly closing the gap and letting the protesters move out.
Why is the sky so yellow? Probably the fireworks they throw. Yeah, I could zoom more. I'm not gonna get arrested, guys. You literally say, I am a journalist, period. They can't tell you to move. Hence why Will is still over there. And I'm literally documenting it. I'm not even protesting. Am I really banned here as well? No. Cover the wall. Cops are going to bring down the tents. Okay. You call for the cops, now you're on their way? I didn't call for the cops. I think this is. You think I called and they all showed up? You and Will are on KLW World News. Sick. Can you get closer, please? Okay, so I'm trapped on the stairs. They trapped me on the stairs. So the only thing I could do is stand right here or go and stand right there. They're moving away from here, so actually, what would happen if you moved to the other side of the steps? Should I try? Should I try to move to the other side of the steps? I can see you from the helicopter on ABC. What's up? Don't push it. Don't draw attention to yourself. I mean, I'm wearing
So
like
as
a
you can see, even
hot pink
CHP has now
sweatsuit.
closed
I
the
think
gap
the
a little
attention's
bit,
already kind
and
of
now they're
drawn to me.
encountering
I know they told me get out of the bushes.
some of the first groups that are not wanting to leave. So we'll see what happens here. Still yet to see any arrests being made by
more's
CHP
coming.
or LAPD. So this is the first kind of group I've seen them come up to where they're refusing to leave. And you can see CHP has kind of widened the gap and they've closed in on certain areas just to try to clear it out. They've given people the opportunity to leave so far, have yet to see any arrest, but we'll see. This is kind of the first clash I've seen.
People don't have school or work tomorrow. It's LA, nobody works. And school, yeah, they'll wake up. Skip class.
So here we are, CHP moving in. And it's hard to, right now it's hard to decipher who's the news media, who's covering this, and who's actually still here protesting. You see a number of people from a number of outlets or a number of people that are self-proclaimed media that are out here.
Nobody works
just
in LA
on
now.
the scene with various camera types.
Everybody
and so
does social
now
media.
it's going to get interesting.
They're attempting to be an
CHP has
actor,
kinda identify
or they do
who's who
music.
is who, and they're tightening up their skirmish line to move in and push these people away.
Jillian, I appreciate you for real.
Oh, and here comes LAPD. They're kind of stepping into.
No, I'm
they've
not
been
moving.
here more just reinforcing CHP's skirmish line, and so you see CHP now. They've made a move where they've kind of tightened in, and now they're pushing everybody to the west end of the quad here, and more or less just clearing this whole quad area.
God, it's so hard to say.
And again, if you're just joining us live on ABC, we are at UCLA where we're witnessing a clash between pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli supporters here in the quad at UCLA. We have CHP and LAPD skirmish lines. They're on the scene trying to clear this area. Just hours ago,
What if they make you leave? I'm going to refuse.
We're involved in a bit of a conflict between each other. As you can see, there's a line of tents here. This line of tents was actually
Kind of trapped in this little area right
make
now
a
anyways.
division between the two groups, and there was a number of just plywood, whatever they could find. Plywood, I saw.
Streets getting pushed by cops right now.
Pallets, whatever can be used to create that division was set up here to have a division line or a wall between both groups, and they begin to be torn down by the opposition group. So they begin to come in and
Don't
tear
panic,
down
stay safe,
pieces.
we're gonna be
And what
all
they
right,
were
that's what
doing
they're
is
saying.
they were grabbing pieces and actually taking them away and putting them over here. And they were actually throwing them and trying to remove them.
Hey, look, you're sitting like I told you. Remember how I said we should just sit?
Encampment's getting violent.
So it's interesting to see CHP has moved in now, peacefully removing a lot of the protesters.
storming encampment.
Yet to see any arrest. We do see also LAPD with their contingency here moving in, and I haven't seen any acts of violence towards the police.
Not them chanting
police
peaceful
department has
protests
been
like there
very
wasn't 50
diplomatic
fights in the past
and
hour.
coming in and moving the crowd. They've made a number of announcements saying, hey, leave or be arrested, leave or be arrested. And they're very slowly and methodically moving the protesters to an area where they're off the quad.
Yeah, I'm still out here. They're pushing Will out. Are the protest students? I would say 50-50. It's a lot of young people, but definitely not all students. And there is lots of older people too. That's a lie.
So as you can see, CHP has made a corridor here where they're allowing people to leave peacefully. So they've made announcements. They've allowed people to leave along this corridor and exit the quad. So they've shut down most of the quad. They're closing it down and allowing people to leave along the west side of the quad there. So the number of people that were here earlier that were this is where quite the number was pushed to initially when CHP entered. They have now been allowed to walk away without being arrested through this corridor here that CHP and LAPD has created to exit the quad here. So we're seeing a lot of the members that were here. There's still a little bit of a contingency here. There's some conversations going on here in the middle between CHP and some of the pro-Palestinian protesters and pro-Israeli protesters, both on the same side here. You'll see both kind of intermix in here, but they are giving the disbursement order and asking people to leave peacefully. Still no arrest yet.
Where did you get your money from, Jessica? Rich Jew daddy? My dad's Italian, but okay.
And one thing we can say is since the law enforcement presence has been here, we have not seen the clash between the two groups. No longer are they trying to
yes, but I did not get super close because they were spraying bear spray on everyone.
Structure that they had here. They're not tearing it away and not running away. At that time, we saw the group throwing things at each other.
Was crazy.
There was a number of weapons being used to hit and throw at each other.
My dad's probably watching this too.
Like
what?
Since the law enforcement presence has arrived on scene, so that is good to see.
sorry. Oh, wait. There we go. Thank you, Cassie. Please amend your insulting comment to rich Italian daddy. Okay.
Once again, you'll see CHP has a
Sure.
skirmish line. You'll see the supervisors walking along the back of the
Rolls
skirmish
on her
line,
knees now,
just
letting the
keeping
police move. Good
everybody
for her.
informed, making sure everybody
God, I
knows
wish
what's
I could
going
stay
on.
over
You
there.
see for a minute there, it was quite a wide area that they were covering, and now they've begun to just kind of hone it down and get a little closer, and they are pushing everybody to the west side of the quad, where they're allowing them to leave through a corridor without being arrested. So again, so far, no arrests being made. LAPD, CHP, large contingency of officers here at UCLA in the quad.
I'm not saying who started it. I'm just saying it wasn't peaceful.
What are we looking like for fuel, Tyler? Got it. The mid gets there at 4, so I'm pretty sure they'll put them up. We'll be good. We'll be able to, yeah, we'll be able to shake and bake. That way we can go back. It's good. Okay, here's CHP. Now again, moving forward a little bit. Very methodical, very strategic, very poised. They are just pushing the group to the west side of the quad and closing in as they move in. They started across the whole quad and now basically have made a smaller and smaller circle as they get closer to clearing the quad. Also with the support of LAPD. See LAPD now moving in and backing up their initial line. So if I go back and look out here, there's still that contingency of LAPD officers holding the beginning of the quad. And here we are again, LAPD holding the contingency, and there we see it again. CHP very slowly and methodically just closing in on this group.
So they got two lines right there, the cops.
So here we go again.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to keep
We've
it
seen a
balanced.
number of these conversations pop up amongst the groups, between both groups, and it seems like every time those conversations happen, it begins to more or less just disengage a lot of the members there. They're treating each other with respect for the most part, and they conversate and then move back. So what will happen here is we've seen it as this gets closer and closer, we're going to see most of the
Oh, I should have gone back to that. No, they don't want me in the bush. I don't want to push my limits. Will you cover this if it runs on tomorrow? Yes, I absolutely will.
Again, CHP moving in very methodically. But still giving everybody an out, still letting them walk along this corridor. You can see the line of CHP officers here that are not blocking the way out. So they're allowing people to leave. I'm looking at other areas of the quad where there's groups of individuals or people still camping. People are still in certain areas that aren't affected kind of by the clash between the two groups. And most of the people have just been here in the quad. And I see this is kind of where CHP has met their goal. They've cleared most of the quad. They're creating some separation in between each other to make sure they hold this line. And here you can see CHP is very tight here. They're almost like there's two groups sandwiched in between each other, and they're trying to get in there. And CHP is making a positive push. They're taking the steps, and they're pushing this group away from each other. And you can see the makeshift barriers that I spoke about earlier that were being torn down. And their goal was to clear the quad, and they're making that goal effective at this point.
Are you a member of Scientology? Absolutely not. Scientologists are freaking psychos. That was a crazy comment. Any guess how many cops there are? Like a lot. I can't even tell you a lot.
CHP,
LAPD, this is walking back your way.
All on standby
I'm on the
here.
right-hand staircase.
And,
if he
and
doesn't
from
know
the
where
time
I am.
when we got here earlier, there were just basically
He's
little
probably the other
sporadic
side.
moments of violence where people were
'Cause
fighting.
I don't see anybody over here.
And that's at least stopped since the show of force has happened. We haven't seen that same little bit of violence erupt here.
I can't tell you if there's hundreds, honestly, because it's like so hard to tell because they're like, first off, it's just hard to see them, and it's super
trying
spread
to
out.
get them to disperse to create some period of separation between the two groups to stop the fighting between the two. And again, if you're just joining us, this is live coverage of UCLA.
All cops.
CHP and LAPD now intervening in the protests that were happening on the campus of UCLA, both between groups of pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli groups that erupted in violence.
Yes, Jacob is in the tent village over
and
there.
a show of force between CHP and LAPD has kind of quelled that violence, and they are now creating some separation between the two groups to stop the fighting that was occurring.
Hand the phone, I'll count. You can't even tell because there's like a whole group right there. Can you get to Will? It's not a good idea for me to go to him, I don't think. Because they're gonna push him out.
And we've gotten to a point here where they've pushed this group of demonstrators into this corner, and they're trying to get them to disperse along this corridor here. And some of them are still just maintaining where they want to stay. Let's push a little bit to the west, Tyler, just so I can see both ends of this here. Just a tiny bit here, thank you.
They're not going to arrest me. And guess what? I don't care if they tell me to leave. I'm literally not leaving.
At on the other end here, still see LAPD, still have CHP, and they're still maintaining that corridor where they're letting people walk
people off
out.
The grass. Yeah, I barely even see anybody on the grass. Yeah, I'm going to stay here so that if they take down the encampment, I have a view to see what happens. If I go over there, I'm going to be pushed out. There's an exit in that corner over there on the left side, and they're going to take him out. Yes, Tori. I'm kind of blocked in this little area right now.
Yeah, they confirmed they'll be there at 4.
Still got 51% battery.
Got it. We'll be all set.
Breaking in a campus. This dummy says First Amendment is not protected if someone is breaking laws and breaking in a campus. Mr. Starley, are you trying to tell me that I'm breaking in a campus? Breaking in this public campus? That was the dumbest comment I've ever read. Yeah, I know. Joy of everything's still here, and so as well. But they're gonna get pushed out.
The big question here is you see LAPD and CHP removing a group of the protests, but the elephant in the room going to be, what are they going to do with this encampment? How are they going to handle that? I don't anticipate them removing this entrenched encampment throughout the morning. So we're going to have to see
I don't think I'm much of a
what's
threat
going
to
to
them.
happen with the number of tents
I'm literally
here
just standing here.
that are going to remain on the campus, and the plan later on to remove that. I anticipate a long morning ahead of us. At least for now, with separation of the two groups, the violence or the clashes between them has stopped, and so that's great to see. Still no arrest, and still CHP doing what they're doing here is just pushing the group further and further off the quad.
Why has he got to give his ID? Try to ask me for my ID, I'm just going to say no. Tori, no, they have not. I think what they're going to do is rip down the encampment, but not sure. Just tell them you're the world famous fitness influencer, then hide in the bush. Oh my God. One's up front of gas mask, goddamn.
Well, here comes
Why are they just walking back and forth?
Officers to reinforce that first group. They're moving around a little bit, and they're going to come and actually push the rest of this group. Is their plan? They're trying to push this group out peacefully to separate the two groups. look, we still see a number of law enforcement officers continuing to pour in. As I mentioned before, LAPD, CHP, and also LA County Sheriffs. And the LA County Sheriffs have a contingency, but it seems like they are just waiting to make sure and see what is going to happen with the current
Oh, it's not a
situation.
recording. They're going.
We see a big force of LAPD officers, more or less just supporting the CHP effort at this point. And there's also a mix of UCLA's public safety department in there as well. So large law enforcement presence. You see them now. There's a number of strategy missions going on and talking.
Thank you to my moderators who've been in here for a literal decade.
Resolve this as peacefully as possible. Here again, another group of CHP officers being deployed near the front of the line here. Okay, here's CHP's pushing through and now moving people throughout to try to push them out of this area. You can see a large group that was standing there, kind of just waiting, now exiting the quad area. CHP just strengthening their lines here. Still no arrest scene.
I can't really see anyone over there.
Still see a number of supporters or number of this group still on this side of the tents. And remember, they've created a makeshift barrier in between here with plywood and barriers and pallets. So the barrier still stands. It was in about an hour ago or so, there was a number of pieces of that barrier that were being torn away or torn down. And there was a number of counter protesters or protesters taking them over here and dumping it and just trying to break down the barrier as much as they could. However, that has now stopped since the presence of law enforcement has arrived on scene and the clashes between the two groups have stopped. So the entrenched encampment, the pro-Palestinian side of this event, is still here. They're still on this side with a number of tents and a number of, they basically fortified their area, you could see, with pallets and just anything that could be found. And here we have CHP closing out the gap, like mentioned before. They're letting people disperse on their own through this corridor, and now they've circled the gap. They've come all the way down, they've cleared the quad, and now they're pushing people back to the south to just clear the quad altogether.
I think he got kicked off.
They've also have a line or a skirmish line, a contingency, blocking off the entrances back into the quad.
Yeah, he got told to leave.
So we've seen CHP methodically come through this quad and hold their line. Very peaceful, no arrests being made, no clashes between the law enforcement officers and protesters. They're just very slowly pushing people out of the quad and separating the two groups.
I regret sitting on that. I just sat on the dirty ass ledge. Looks like people are moving. I know what he's wearing.
See a number of CHP and LAPD officers still continuing to move in groups. You can see they were prepared to make arrests. Those big white bundles you see at their waist are plastic handcuffs used often in these situations.
I see him. He's over there.
Here they are just pushing that group through the quad.
I'm not moving. No, I'm staying right here. I got a perfect spot.
Just keeping it closed down.
Mass advance of more cops coming in. That's fine, because I'm not leaving.
Copy that, and just been told by the booth that if you're joining us here live on ABC 7 and ABC streaming channels, on the right side of your screen you see a live ground shot courtesy of Reuters, and on the left side of the screen you see us up here in Air 7 with continuous coverage over the situation unfolding at UCLA. LAPD and CHP officers doing the best they can to disperse the two.
That's fine. I'm not moving though. I'm not walking to him because he got kicked out of the area over here. I don't know if they're gonna let him back in.
And
I'm not moving so that I get kicked out.
We'll give them a couple minutes. They're being blocked on my shot by a tree, but we will shortly come in and see where CHP's goal was to enter the quad and peacefully use the skirmish line just to push the protesters out of the quad. As
I know, but if I walk
earlier,
out, they're not going to let me back in.
You see a line of officers lining this walkway here. They're using this walkway as an exit to the quad, and they're slowly but surely just pushing the protesters out of the quad along that way so they can set a space or area between the two protesters.
It's like he just walked out and now he's never getting back in.
Yep. And we're gonna move around. A little weather coming in here. Big thanks to my pilot Tyler, doing a great job early here. Thanks for joining us.
This kid just keeps coming out of nowhere.
And as before mentioned, here's the CHP skirmish line, and this is the last group of pro-Israeli protesters that were on this side, that they're just making space between the two groups. And you can see very slowly but methodically, CHP has done an excellent job of maintaining the peace and just moving people out of the way rather than any signs of force or any
I'm gonna stay until I get to like
it's more just create space between the two
like
groups.
8% battery or something, because I need my phone to get back to my car, but other than that, I'm good.
Between the two groups. And here's a good shot of what I was talking about earlier. Here's the makeshift barrier that was created with all types of different construction materials. Pallets, there's a number of just stanchions there, of plywood material, whatever can be found that was
I'm at
utilized
49%.
to create a barrier between the two groups.
Where
that
is
was just
Daniel
being
from Salem?
picked up and thrown earlier.
Will thinks I'm in my car. Well, you could tell him I'm not in my car. My battery percentage is at like 49, and Daniel from Salem.
A bit of conflict in the battle.
I have no idea. I haven't seen him in like 45 minutes. Why you people telling him I'm in my car? That's fine. He could leave. You guys keep telling me like 100 times.
And you see a mix of CHP and UCLA PD or UCLA public safety members down there. There was a question that came about earlier, why the CHP? UCLA is a state school, so ultimate law enforcement or authority will fall in lines for the CHP. And so that's why you see CHP active on the campus. But they are being supported by LAPD. You'll see LAPDs down here in the black uniforms, CHP wearing the tan uniforms, and the LAPD has a big force of uniformed personnel here supporting the CHP.
Okay, you guys keep saying it over and over again.
CHP
I get it. He's leaving and people are telling him I'm sitting in my car. I mean, he knows my he could just tell him I'm not in my car. Right? It's no biggie. You guys keep saying it. I am staying in my spot.
Once again, this is the last piece of the contingency that was left
I'm happy
on the
in my
quad,
spot.
and CHP has met their goal.
Never forget
Initially,
that.
when we first got on scene,
Don't come to me with any goodwill.
we came on a few hours ago
I'll
just
never
to try to
forget that
keep
shit.
with this continuous coverage. There was a
And
clash.
the guy
here
who, if you saw, he was a little guy
where
out
the
there,
two
wearing a
groups
white
met,
mask all
and
night.
since
That's
then,
the guy from the
CHP
other
has
day who
come in
pulled somebody's
and
head.
created the space on the quad in between the two groups, and essentially just escorted the group out and created a
He pulled that
barrier
lady's hair. The same guy
to stop
with the
any
mask. He
more
was the one
violence.
walking around
And
with a
now you
fucking
can see
stick.
LAPD
He committed like
contingency
15
right behind
assaults.
them. It's just
You know what I saw
reinforcing
tonight?
those skirmish lines to make sure that everybody.
Hey, you know, if you follow me on the streets of LA,
out here.
follow me and see the shit that happened at La Poubelle. They charged everybody with fucking conspiracy.
Does your safety feel safe? Yep.
Conspiracy charges.
My safety feels very safe.
But when you have 30 goons showing up like that, I'm
UCLA
sorry, that's a
is quite
fucking
impressive.
conspiracy. All wearing black, all wearing.
Going towards
not just
action, there is none
face,
right now.
like, covered, not a mask. Literal, like those are anonymous masks. Oh, pockets.
Go to bed. Is Joy from everything? Did he get kicked out?
And just as I said that, you could see in our ground shot just there was some shots of those actual ground units that were lined up along the outskirts.
What's going on
here.
over there?
And you see a big contingency of officers. The officer you just saw on your right-hand screen with less lethal force. None of that has been used here. Yet to see any tear gas or any forms of crowd control measures, anything like that. It's just been a series of movement of people through a show of force. And as you can see, LAPD has now reinforced that skirmish line, and they have kept the people out of the quad, and CHP is now falling back and reconciling their units to see where they can
On
be
the stream we see live.
to push the people out of the quad area. And now LAPD has reinforced that line, and now everybody has exited the quad as that was their plan from the start tonight, to just try to create some space and create some peace in between the two groups.
Why are they clapping it?
It'll probably be a clean handoff. You know, they'll get up at 4, and then right when they come, so we should be able to. We'll try to hold out until we just flip flop.
I'm good. I'm on the staircase. Kind of blocked in, but you know. Will is worried sick about you guys. I am a grown-ass woman. I'm a grown woman. I'm telling you I'm fine. No, I don't have the white noise thing on. Takes 6 cops to watch you. Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on. Gang. Just selfies with my friends, you know? He's not going to be able to get back in here if he's trying to get back in. Don't even tell him to bother because he's not getting back in. Yeah, with the homies. He went to the buffet. Buffet sounds fire right now. I'm starving. I'm glad the police are there to protect you. Are you the only one at the top of the stairs? The cops are watching? Yes. Bro, deadass. I'm literally here by myself. There's no one. Just me. Thank God these 6 cops are protecting me, guys. Thank God. I'm so scary up here by myself. Thank God they got those batons out in case I do anything crazy. Oh, 7, sorry, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, oh yeah, 6. No, 6. Where can I go from here? I could jump over all the stairs. People tuning in will think it's you against the 600 others. I'm like one of the last people that are on the side over here. Not on the side, but like the journalist people. And out of the students, because this is where students had to be told. Students can't get into that encampment. No students over there, no journalists, no outside people, unless they have like a pass or something. Do you think the cops are going to take down the little fort thing? That's kind of what I'm waiting for to say. Curious. Just as the only one left with hundreds of cops watching her. Pretty much. I'll be sleeping in the grass tonight, I guess.
Yeah, it's right over Hollywood. So, kind of like K-Joy. Yeah.
Duck behind the bushes. I was already
And back
hiding in
with
the
us
bushes
out
and
here
they told me
live
to
at
leave, so
UCLA. You can
we got
see
these
still
two that just
what
spawned again from,
CHP has
they keep
done
popping up from
is
underneath that bush, which is
cleared the
hilarious.
quad of all protesters on this
It's a
side.
far
This was
drop,
the
too. That's why I'm
pro-Israeli
surprised.
side. The pro-Palestinian
okay, it doesn't
side
look
of
that
this
far, but
conflict
trust me,
or
it is.
this protest are
Solid, like, 7
encamped
feet.
in these tents here. And you see a contingency of LAPD holding down one side of the quad.
if they're single.
You see
Oh my
LAPD and
People are
CHP
insane.
holding down the other side of the quad. The goal was to come in and clear this quad area to stop the conflict between the two groups. And we've watched that methodically happen over the
Just me and
last
the
hour.
gang right here, you know?
The last
Me and the
group
gang,
of
no
people
worries.
we see still here are in this corner where they're still kind of in discussion. LAPD has reinforced this area, CHP has pulled back, but still a large
Can't do heights?
contingency of
No,
officers
okay.
from CHP, LAPD, as
Can
well
you see the
as
gray cops? Yes, they are on the other
UCLA's
side
Public
right there.
Safety Department.
It's like
And
a freaking
you
100 of
see a
them.
number of
Not
people
really 100,
just
but there's a lot.
chanting and talking still. But no arrests that we've
So, yeah.
seen yet. The officers
Are you
were
sleeping
all
there?
here, ready to go, and we have yet to see any arrests. And still a large contingency of officers off camera that we've seen preparing to come in just in case they were needed.
Oh God, they marching out here?
Yeah, I think we could stay here for that. What do you think, Tyler, about
Just me and my
15
friends,
minutes
guys.
on
Just me
station?
and the gang, you know?
Yeah, about 15 minutes on station we could do from now.
No one else
So
on the stairs with me?
about 4:05, we'll need to start walking out.
These cops are probably like,
And
yeah,
here you
journalists
see,
my ass.
like mentioned in the tan, these are CHP officers. They're now reinforcing the line behind LAPD as well. And they're just keeping people out of this quad. Yeah, go ahead. We could save a little fuel.
What are they clapping about?
We're still the only ones here. Live continuous coverage.
Yeah, pretty much. God, I got 3% on this phone. Saw a dude get smacked earlier. The cops are looking at you. They may be concerned you'll jump. Yeah, I'm sure that is the top of their concerns right now, is me jumping to my death.
As we get closer to the morning, I've seen a
What
lot
happened?
more
We're not
activity
leaving?
here in
I
the
said I wasn't leaving.
Hey,
I'm
they
still
actually
here.
have food
Like,
set up.
I should have been pissed all night,
they're
but when you're in the
heavily
middle of it, you
entrenched
just
in
can't
there,
be
so you
pissed
see
off. You just
a
gotta
lot more
fucking keep
movement
on
going
rolling
on
with
that
it.
side.
I do not lie.
And you
Keep your
see
composure,
this area
all
just
that.
now
One here.
completely cleared. Excuse us as we orbit
But
through.
once it's over, man, I
There's
just
a
sit
little
here
bit of fog
reflecting. I'm
here,
like,
a little
yo,
bit of
that
marine
shit was
layer
bullshit,
coming on.
man. Yo, that shit was
On
crazy.
here in the Westwood area.
That shit was crazy. And tomorrow, the way the news is gonna be like, oh, there was a fight that took out, multiple fights took place at the protest. No, multiple assaults by one side.
On very interesting. Now we see the main line of officers.
Like I said, you come out the black people like that. You came out that
they're
black
now
guy.
rotating.
That was,
I hear them
my whole
on
attitude
their
changed after
frequency
that.
here,
You know,
where
I
they're
try to
going
stay as neutral as
to
possible,
now
don't get
CHP will
involved
step in,
and shit.
give the
People know
LAPD
me.
officers a bit of a break
That
or
guy I
a
was
breather.
talking about
So you're going to see this
rode
rotate
around
through
and
with a
saved
number
that
of these
girl
officers
that night
that
with
are
me. When I
holding
told me
these
along, I didn't
skirmish
even want to do it. I was
lines. So you
tired.
saw LAPD now walking
No, he's a
back and
religious
taking
Jew.
a break while CHP moved in to support and fill those
I've known him for a
positions,
long
just
time.
holding this whole quad area.
The guy who I'm walking around with, you ever see me on my live night getting conversations with them? He's a religious Jew. He was in the IDF. I get along with people. I always talk to people, even though I don't agree with them. I always talk to people, man. But when I see them going after a black guy,
Are they leaving?
because the black guy was trying to help somebody off
Once
the ground. He wasn't even like that.
But they're definitely not.
And you go and
They're
fucking hit him
definitely
over the
not
head
going
with a
out the
fucking
encampment
stick,
tonight. Definitely not.
or throw some shit at him. Then that shit becomes personal. I was gonna fuck up the whole crowd too.
And again, showing you here's
was.
a number of the
I don't even know
building
what I was
materials that were stripped
Because
away
he was
from
walking right into the
that
crowd. He was gonna go
area
He was looking
in
for that.
between where people were at earlier, and all those building materials were being grabbed and picked up and
That was
taken
some
back
fucking
to the
savages.
area. So you can see initially this was highly fortified with
And
a
you know
number
what?
of
At
building
the end of the
materials.
day, they're
It's
gonna be
since
like,
been torn
"What did
down
y'all
in a
gain
number
out
of
of it?"
areas in an attempt to break
You should
this
be
barrier
humiliated because you couldn't
between
even
the two
fucking get
groups.
inside the encampment. You couldn't do shit. After all those hours,
So majority of it still
you
up.
couldn't do a damn thing. You should be
And
fucking ashamed of yourselves.
still in place.
You guys feel like you're some winners, big tough guys?
There we see
First fights you
again,
guys have had in your
LAPD
lives.
contingency just
Y'all ain't
holding
fucking
all
fighters. You're a
access
bunch of
to the
rich
squad
kids.
from anybody entering.
LARPing as some fucking whatever.
I know.
Completely masked
They're like,
up,
"All right,
man.
how long do we have
looking
to
like
stand
some
watching
fucking
her?"
ISIS. Calling the other side terrorists.
They're like,
Yeah,
how long do we have
look
to
at
sit here and
yourselves.
just watch
Look
this
in the
one girl?
mirror. Clowns. And whoever that is, that bitch ass motherfucker called me
I feel special, though.
Antifa
I got 6
fucking
cops just to watch
journalist. He did that shit while snapping a picture with his flash on like 50 feet away. Why don't you come say it to my face?
They're like, all right, this is
Anybody.
getting ridiculous. Can we leave?
You won't.
Why have you
These
got your
guys
own
out
bodyguards? I
here
would
playing
love
around
to
with
know.
bear
I'm very
spray and
scary, I guess.
sticks.
The fact that I got 6 cops just to stare at me right now is wild. The most expensive babysitters.
I am so happy. I was supposed to have court today. They got delayed or it's continued.
Maybe you should just
Thank
go
God.
home. I don't know.
4 o'clock in the morning. I gotta go run Gizmo in 3 hours. If I don't, he'll never
I
leave
think
me
they're
alone.
kind
I'll
of
get
waiting
no work
to
done.
see if, to make sure that they don't like raid the building. Are your legs numb yet? My back is. You lost a few babysitters. Look, they were like, that's enough. They're like, come on. Six cops on
You
the,
keep it a little bit wider, Ted.
6 cops with batons on the girl standing on a ledge in a pink jumpsuit isn't necessary. All right, we're down to 4. We're down to 4. Thank God. They've heard you are Will's defender. Have we lost sound? Shouldn't.
Got it. Still streaming, and we'll be live at the top of the 4.
Appreciate you, Carrie.
Got got it.
I just
got
clicked
it.
on his.
And those of you still with us here,
I just clicked on his thing.
all
He's
of our
yelling.
streaming platforms on ABC, we're
Oh,
still
God.
here with live continuous coverage over UCLA.
ranting.
We're getting into our 4
okay.
o'clock
I'll
hour.
take it
We'll
from
be
here.
live on ABC and ABC.com. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll be with you back live on TV.
One 1% on this phone. That's gonna suck. What do I have on this phone? 35%. Once it gets to 10%, I gotta click off once it gets to 10%, because I have to figure out how to get to my car. Yeah, where was Zach tonight? I thought he was an independent journalist or an investigative journalist. Which group was under the covering was Palestine, Pro-Palestine. This side, though, it wasn't just pro-Israel. It was students, because you can't get to the other side. Like, if you're a student, that was the problem. And journalists have to stay on this side. You have to get to the other side, you have to get a pass. What are they doing? Zach's probably on Fig, that's why.
Let's try to get back
Did they
over
ask you
there
to leave? Yes, and I
little
told them no.
quicker, just because we're going to be live in a minute
That's
or
literally
so.
what happened. They said, could you leave? I said no.
Copy. Good.
I can't tell if it's a protest or Skid Row. Honestly, they need to clean up the grass. Why are there no live streams from the other side? Because I heard that they don't want anybody to have their phones on over there. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Oh God. Zach, it's hilarious. I really have to pee though. But it's okay. Pretend to be a school janitor is crazy. I know, I feel like they'll all leave and then they'll do something. That's why I'm like, eh.
Just hold it until they come off the story and then we'll jump.
At least I'm down to 3 bodyguards now, guys. Is the helicopter over you? No. Damn, this phone's gonna die any second. Just gotta take care of some business. Nah, it's mad quiet though. I don't think anything else is gonna happen. Just gonna wait like a tiny bit longer and then I'm dipping because Mickey, appreciate you. Thank you so much. But Jess, why are you still live? Because why not? Because everybody else got kicked out, so I thought this would be fun. Also, these 3 cops right here are blocking me, so I'm kind of stuck on the stairs right now anyways. So, yeah. They're over in the corner to your left. What, more cops? Watching from Belize. There will be people in the morning soon to document too. You're fine to go. Can you interview the cops? I don't like talking to cops, to be honest. They're definitely leaving the encampment. Go inside encampment? Absolutely not. First off, I can't get in there. Jessica, you are free to go anytime. Yeah, no, I don't think they're taking down the encampment. That's what I was waiting for to say. Plainclothes cops among the aggressors now. Because the aggressors all seem to be very young. Not very young, like 20-year-olds. So, yeah. It was like, Shell, can you leave? Nah. I want to stay a little bit. There's something. They're arguing about something over here. Jess has back pain from carrying all their coverage. Yeah, you already know. He's like, no, we're just going to block you in here. Dang. But no, they're leaving, so I know nothing's going to happen now. Yeah. They're leaving, so nothing else is happening. They're giving you your own encampment. Don't let them trap you. I know how to hop a fence. Is that good? Why is he asking me? Do I own the place? S. Wills, appreciate you. Alright, I'm gonna go around because they're just putting up barricades. And that means that they're definitely gonna be leaving if that's the case. But I could go over here. Ow. And it seems like anything that's happening is literally over here. Like, literally all the people, I ask if they're done, they're not going to answer me. Or they're just going to say yes. What the fuck? Get people as they leave. Yeah, I know. They were like stabbing me. Oh my god. Is that Daniel talking to a girl behind me? Yes, it was. Bro. Wait. I didn't even know that was him. I did not know that was him. He's over here rising up a female. That is hilarious. That was so funny. All right, actually, I'm happier I came out here. This is where all the cops are. They're arguing about something. Oh, that's all the wood that they stole from over there. What's going on? I literally don't know. They're fighting over something.
We're out here in a big space like this. Everything's being reported like
Nothing. I'm just walking around. No, I said I'm a journalist, so I'm not leaving. That was literally it. I was fine.
She's a journalist.
I don't know what's going on. Hold on. I have to check my phone percentage. 31%. I'm still good. Ah, gotcha. I wish I could hear. I low-key want to go on the hill.
I saw pepper spray coming. The video that I saw was coming this way. Yeah.
You do a lot of stuff in your life. They're good at doing hair injections, whatever it is. They're really good. I haven't done it.
What is going on?
Give them space, move! Give them some space!
Yeah, no, I feel like there's going to be a brawl. I'm delirious at this point. I always stay up late, so this isn't anything for me.
Are you able to tell us where you're live at?
YouTube.
YouTube, I know, but what channel?
Jessica Pomadessa.
One more time so everybody can watch you.
Jessica Pomadessa.
Could you?
You want me to spell that? Palmadessa.
Thank you. You guys can rewind it if you want. She's live right now as well. Why do you have hair everywhere but on top?
No, like, some of it, yeah, yeah. My partner would be down if it's the data entry thing to do it.
No, no, no. It was a news person. Not cops, news person. Pomeressa is an Arab name? No. It's Italian.
You Mike? Okay.
Like, you know,
I heard someone say
oh,
Mike.
yeah.
Alright.
They're holding hands, but they were like, and then, you know what? It, like, broke my heart.
You need to order a press badge? Nah.
Was it wild earlier or what? Oh yeah, absolutely. I just got here like 20 minutes ago.
What happened? Yeah. Like, we're here because you happened.
Where do you get a press badge? Google. Literally just print a sheet of paper. It means nothing.
I saw it. I was like, live. Yeah, same thing. You saw it live? Yeah, I was about to go to bed actually. Oh yeah, you live here.
And the way the funny thing is, she's not arguing with them. She's sitting there like, they don't even get there.
I guess.
I thought she said, I hopped out of bed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just a couple of kids shooting.
Yeah, I'm not giving anyone press credentials. Literally just open my mouth and say whatever I want.
No, I went right up. I was gonna go over here, and then they just like caught me, like, oh, hey, it's all good. I'm not looking like.
Okay, from the other live with the guy who just left.
I can't tell you.
What's
dude.
up?
Just go home. I'm like, no way, man. There is well, it's, you know, we're allowed to watch. We just didn't, like, the cop was like, he didn't want to.
Yeah.
And I got it. Yeah. Well, this is public, technically. It's public property.
My phone at 29%. I should be good for a tiny bit.
You know what's funny? All of the, like, why don't you people are now where, but they didn't know what
We just rolled out.
Oh, but it's gonna be. So,
Yeah, my name is David.
and David, what brought you here?
Yeah, you know, I had to come support.
Drones and stuff. What's up?
I saw a lot of pro-Palestinians throwing water bottles. Actually, a few of them hit me, throwing a lot of cardboard things, just a bunch of bad stuff. And I don't know, I saw the pro-Israelis just like trying to protect themselves. And I saw a lot of pro-Israelis getting pepper sprayed by the pro-Palestinians, which was very hard to see. Yeah.
There are people saying the exact opposite, you know, that they're saying that the pro-Israeli ones are the ones that kind of sparked this and they were the ones being the agitators.
Yeah, but what I saw is just pro-Palestinians just going crazy on the Israelis, which is why I'm also
there's
here.
still
just
people
to
in the
kind of
encampment,
see
yup.
which side is right. And from what
I
I've
mean,
seen,
actually,
I've
some
seen
of them
just
are walking over,
pro-Palestinians
but
just attacking the Israelis.
What about the response? I mean, did you feel safe? It felt like for a while it didn't feel like officers were stepping in doing anything.
Yeah, I was
don't think
confused
they're
of why
gonna do
the police were just like standing out like behind.
I know, they're just
And I was
walking over
wondering
there.
when they would come in because there was a lot of aggression and everything going on. So yeah.
Did you feel unsafe at any time?
Just on
Yeah, I felt very unsafe. You know, someone was pepper spraying, and a lot of it got in my throat, and I started coughing a lot.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I just saw a lot of stuff about it. I just happened to stop by.
It's actually kind of unfortunate that it got to this point.
Yeah, 100%. I don't even see the reason why they're sleeping here in the first place. I'm still very confused on that. I don't know what difference it makes in
I have no
Gaza.
idea what's happening right
They're
now.
sleeping at UCLA campus. But yeah, it's just very interesting to me. Yeah, C-O-H-E-N.
You're not tired
Do you have
now.
this song? No, I didn't. Oh, okay, I don't either.
Is this music some kind of torture, low-key? I think it is. Kind of like spreading out though. The music is crazy as hell. Someone smashed a cop's window? Where? It's all clearing out now. How loud is this for you? Very. They're loving it over there. They're jamming. All right, guys. Nothing else is happening. I'm walking back though before my phone dies, because I got like, shit. I'm at 18%. And everyone's heading out now, so there's no reason for me to stay early. And I want to make sure I have enough battery to get back to my car, because I literally do not remember where I parked. Parking structure 4, that's all that I know. Be extremely careful walking back to your car. I have spare battery pack, but I went through the spare too. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. 7 hours now. No, wait, 8. I've been streaming for over 8 hours. I have no idea what to do, so I'll be honest. Well, they didn't take down the encampment, so that means they'll be back tomorrow. In which case, I'll come back tomorrow. But I'll stay until I get to my car. Tomorrow is today. Yeah, I'll be back in like 8 hours. Parking garage 4. Parking structure 4. 7-minute walk. I literally was about to walk into that tree. That's crazy. Why do I feel like Solomon's probably still on here watching? Fuck! I knew that shit was gonna die. Mickey, appreciate you for tomorrow. Be safe out there. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Dave, how you still up in here? God damn. Anyone else live? They're still... No, I've been by myself. I didn't want to leave when they left, to be honest. How far are you from your car? 7-minute walk. First one home also? Yes. I wanted to stay. Say walking near the home front. I'm chilling. I hope I'm walking the right way or else I'm gonna have to walk up the stairs again. I don't feel like doing that. If anybody goes to UCLA and they know where parking structure 4 is, feel free to tell me. $7:30 already, goddamn. Bro, I have to pee so bad. You said, okay, sorry, I'll stop saying God's name in vain. My apologies. I'm probably gonna do it again in like 5 minutes because it's a habit, but do a real one for the long stream. This is one of my longer streams, for sure. I thought I was gonna be out here for like 2-3 hours, but then I was like, nah. Stop policing other people's speech. I mean, honestly, I should stop saying it over and over again. I do say it a lot, but it's a habit. Just about to make lunch. It's 12:30. Thank you for the coverage. I will be back tomorrow. I hope I'm walking the right way. This all looks familiar. Good thing I paid for the full day of parking. I was only gonna do 3 hours because it was like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour full day. If I did 3 hours, I would have been screwed. What time tomorrow? I don't know. I have to see. It's tomorrow Wednesday. I have to see because I have I'll figure it out. Are you gonna live stream a follow-up later today? I don't know what that means, to be honest. Just going home to a warm bed and sleep. That's human, right? I'm not tired. Hold on, guys. I'm not clicking off. I'm just... Okay, wait, I'm back. Okay, I'm gonna do what it says until I get to the car. I had to put my, what's it called? MapQuest on. It's definitely not called MapQuest. I don't think anybody's called it MapQuest in like a decade, but whatever it's called. Pretty sure my family still calls it MapQuest, and I just never stopped saying it. 210 feet. Do you know your way back? I just turned on the GPS, so we'll see. If not, I will ask someone, but that looks familiar. I remember that. Everyone always laughs when I say MapQuest, but I swear to God, if my mom's on here, she knows, she still says MapQuest. She's gonna print out directions, yeah.
Take a left onto the path, then in 400 feet, take a right onto the path.
Mom, you say MapQuest. You always say MapQuest. No, MapQuest is not a thing. It hasn't. I wasn't even driving when MapQuest was a thing. It was loud as fuck. Just seen a Mini Cooper being towed. It's on a flatbed. Yeah, see, that would only work if I actually didn't pay for parking.
In 600 feet, take a right onto the path.
But I did pay for parking, so. Honestly, I do not remember coming this way, but then again, we also walked in circles way too many times. Turn that down. I don't think I can. This way? Let me check. 740 feet. So what's it want me to do? Walk into the freaking wall? The dumbest thing I've ever heard. This way? Okay, parking lot 8. Well, that's not it. It's supposed to be parking lot 4. It's gotta be this way somewhere. 70 feet, turn onto the... Read Nomad Forever. I don't see it. It's 4 a.m. here. Probably past 4 a.m. at this point. It's time for the fun part of the stream. Find Jessica's car. It's not the fun part. This part I hate. The 37 walk. So keep walking straight, it's saying? Look for red. No, parked in the garage. Hey, you know where parking structure...
Proceed to the route.
Yeah. No? All right, thank you. Oh, that was helpful. Do you never anger live?
In 350 feet, cross the street and take a left on Westwood Plaza.
Is there a way to get down besides this dumbass ramp? Stairs right there? All right. It's an underground parking. I'm tired of walking. Proceed to level 2 for access. So is that parking? No, this is structure 8. What the fuck?
Cross the street and take a left on Westwood Plaza. Then in 400 feet, take a slight right turn on Westwood Plaza.
What's that? That's 9. What is this? This timing nonsense. That's 9 over there. Come on. Somebody here has to go to UCLA and know where this is. Hold on, guys. Is she trying to leave or let me ask this guy. Hold on. It says go straight. You know which way parking structure 2 is? Yeah. Alright, you're good, you're good. I'm pretty sure it's down this way. I'm not even supposed to be walking right now. Nobody go to the school? They just wander around? Do you go to the school? Do you know where parking structure 2 is? 2? Parking structure 2?
No, sorry. This one is 9.
Okay.
I think 2 is like way up there.
Alright, thank you. Alright, cool, thank you. I did. It says go down that way, but I was just making sure.
The problem is one's over there.
One's over there. Hold on. Let me see again. Yeah, these people here got no idea what they're talking about. 2 is to the east. As if I freaking know what the east is. But I got further away. Now it says I'm 9 minutes. Is there a scooter? There's a scooter right there. I'm about to take the scooter. Which case, if I take the scooter, I gotta get off live. This woman is lost. I'm not really lost. I mean, I just don't feel like walking.
Take a slight right turn on Westwood Plaza. Then in 350 feet, take a slight right turn onto the path.
What path, bro? What? What path? You said 4. No, I did not say 4. Parking structure 2 is where I supposedly parked. Supposedly. You said 4 earlier? Oh, God. No, I did not. I said 2. Hold on. I'll know when